Happy Black History Month, everybody.
Yes, Negro History Month is here. Yes, indeed.
So anyway, we're really excited to do this episode today. Got a great guest lined up for this discussion. This movie was a doozy of a rewatch. So yeah, looking forward to talking about it. And yeah, I don't know. How are you doing, man?
I'm okay, considering the world. Though this movie traumatized me rewatching it. Of all the movies we've watched,
On behalf of East Side High, you can tell the state to go to hell.
and I just hear Morgan Freeman as Joe Clark's voice saying it, reading that line. I just hear it. But no, it was traumatizing because I realized how many times when I was a teenager, younger kid, I had actually seen this movie. It's like imprinted in my DNA.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll talk about it. And I've been separated from it for 20 something years. And I look at it over the weekend and I'm just like, oh my gosh, maybe I just been spending all this time trying to get this movie out of my system.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I'll save my commentary on it for when we do our memories of this film. But yeah, it's quite amazing because it is it was such a popular film, and I think that's something that we have to discuss, you know, because I feel like now people understand, it's not prominent anymore in the way that it was. You know what I mean? Like certain movies from the 80's or the 90's kind of live on, and it is on the Tubi Black History Month, I will say. So I waited until yesterday to rewatch so I could watch it for free during Tubi's Black History Month. In between ads for Top Dog Law, which is just like listening to urban radio here. But yeah, so anyway, without further ado, let's bring our guests to the stage. So today we have Akua Nkansah-Amankra, and they are a PhD candidate at in education policy studies at the University of Illinois Chicago, and their work explores the intersection of mass media, counterinsurgency, white supremacy, and schooling in capitalist contexts. And in particular, I reached out to this guest because a couple of years ago, I had a discussion with them on their doctoral thesis. And at the time, and they could, say how much this is still the case or whatever, but this film and Joe Clark, the figure, were kind of central to what they were exploring within their thesis. And I thought that's really interesting. I also, full disclosure, because it will come up in this conversation a few times, I worked in, what gets called urban education for 15 years. And so watching this film is a trip in that lens because you realize how many things, or you question how many things in terms of policies that you've seen actually come out of the Joe Clark lean on me trajectory. So yeah, there's a lot to say, but let me bring Akua to the stage. Akua, it's great to be with you.
Thank you so much for having me, and thank you for re-traumatizing yourselves.
Yeah. Well, probably not as traumatic to me as it was to me, but it's traumatic.
It's probably an exorcism. It's actually probably a necessary exorcism. I mean, when we get to there's more context to it, I think, that goes beyond me socially that I think we have to talk about, because it wasn't a choice. It was forced upon me due to many material realities of this nation.
So let's start with memories of this, and I'll go first because mine's probably, shortest or whatever. But I saw this movie. It's one of those movies where it's funny, when you go back and watch it, you're like, holy cow, like this should have been one that my parents were like, hell no, you're not watching that shit. Like, what the fuck, you know? But it was like an NBC or ABC nightly movie, right? So like this is the thing, is this was promoted so heavily. And it's funny looking back because I was like, were there any Oscars or anything like this? And there weren't. But it did win the Best Picture from the NAACP Image Award, and Morgan Freeman won Best Actor from the NAACP Image Award, right? And there were other, I mean, we could look at 1989, but there were other candidates that would have been, very, under consideration for those awards, of course. And so, yeah, it was a movie that would play frequently on not just cable, but on network television, which meant that even those of us when we didn't have cable, or like the setup I had where I could only watch network television within my room, I could still watch something like this. And I mean, I would say it was edited in that context. Like there's a lot of swearing, which is really funny in a movie about K-12 education. But so those were edited out, but still like the main scenes and themes of it like remain, and that's amazing in and of itself. And I guess the only other thing I'd say, obviously, so I watched it several times, probably in that context. I haven't watched it since the 90s. And the only other thing that I would say is that this is also a genre of film that was quite prominent in the 80s and the 90s, and hasn't really, to my knowledge, it lasted beyond that, which I think is interesting, and we could talk about that, I'm sure we will, in terms of like, conjuncturally what's going on in this period, and like what are these movies intervening on, what type of regimes are they promoting, and so on. But last thing I'll say is like in growing up in the education sphere and then looking back and watching it, which I never thought about it in education in terms of, oh, these policies that these schools are doing, they're trying to do the Joe Clark shit right now or whatever. But I did experience that and see that. And so that's interesting too, in terms of the way this movie actually informs what gets called like the education reform movement, charter schools, standardized testing, turnaround, right? Which I'm sure we'll talk about all of those things. So anyway, there's a whole lot to unpack, but yeah, it was as a child, and I guess that's the thing I say is, as a child, I don't remember being bothered by it, right? Which is self-critique, right? But it's funny too, because I talked to other people this week and they were like, oh, my mom loved that movie, my grandma loved that movie, they threw it on all the time and we watched it, and that was my, so like in some ways that goes beyond just my whiteness, that it was, but this was also a movie that was promoted and shown by Black parents and grandparents to their kids and stuff like that. So anyway, yeah, Mtume, why don't you go next?
So the larger context for me is I'm from New York City. So I knew Joe Clark, who he was before this movie even came out. I was young, but I do remember the Joe Clark TV like various things that happened, him being covered. I could be manufacturing this in my brain, but I feel like I remember the baseball bat on a TV. So you're nodding me. I do remember that. And this goes to a broader context, I think, nationally, because we'll talk about that, Jay. I mean, there's movies like Stand and Deliver that comes out a year before. There's a lot. There's a long kind of trajectory of movies. So I think Stand and Deliver and this are very different movies, but they it's part of the idea of like schooling and the kind of
Dangerous
special
Minds
figure.
is another one.
Dangerous
Yeah.
Minds that comes after, right? Yeah, like this the special figure. This one being the necessary authoritarian. We'll talk about that. But so Joe Clark was this figure because in the Northeast, the narrative growing up that I remember was that you have these very special schools like where I would eventually go to LaGuardia to performing arts, right, or Stuyvesant and things like that, right? And then you have these schools that have become so degraded, and they are these like pockets of like animal behavior. So whether it was this movie that put that in my brain or many people's brains, or this movie confirmed what was already becoming like the massive like tale, Lean on Me then became like this totem of showing the real shit that's happening. And even if you didn't love Joe Clark, and I feel like this is like probably like my dad's position on him. If he thought he was too much, he was necessary, because shit's just got too out of hand. And what else we gonna do? And that kind of became the thing. So the movie becomes this, growing up black in New York, it becomes this like social point. Have you seen Lean on Me? And it's weird, even for the most like fuck school kind of people that I do, they still fucked with Lean on Me. It's just weird. It didn't have like a real consistency. And the scenes became very famous. The most famous scene that everyone would repeat in is the kill your brain cells, son. You kill your brain cells. Shit like that on the rooftop. I mean, these scenes are like iconic. Like, it's funny. I did a Lean on Me YouTube search, and like it has so many clips on YouTube, right? It's such a clipped movie. And, you know, so it was one of these things. And then I remember when I was an actor, and we'll get into Morgan also. We'll have to talk about Morgan Freeman. This was like the Morgan Freeman movie you should watch. Like, this is the one, like, because the other thing is, and we'll talk about this, the same year that this came out, Driving Miss Daisy came out. And that was very controversial for him, even though he was celebrated. Lean on Me kind of softened the blow of that, and Glory as well came out, though he has a smaller role in Glory. So it kind of like buffered it. So like for us, it was like this, like it's like this like big social thing. And then going through the 90s, it was on cable all the time. You know, you'd watch it. Oh shit, that's the scene where like, you know, he fights a dude with the knife. Right. I mean, like it becomes this thing. And then for years, I didn't pay attention to the movie. I kind of forgotten about it. I do remember when Joe Clark passed away, I revisited, I Googled him a little bit, and I was like, oh yeah, that movie. And I said to myself, one day I have to rewatch this shit. Because like I have a feeling this was some BS, right? I just never, but also I feel like I never wanted to revisit it because I kind of knew, I knew what I would find right in it. And yeah, I mean, this rewatch was, like I said, traumatizing. It was an insanely racist, pro-authoritarian, conservative piece of propaganda junk. I was just absolutely appalled in like in all ways. I mean, I mean, we'll get into like the nuts and bolts of it, but I was just really just like, I wasn't in a weird way. I wasn't expecting to be this. Like, what the fuck? Like,
Exactly.
you know?
It's worse. It's much worse than I thought it could be.
Then I expect also, and I'll get into who directed it, which I did not realize it also, and that's another thing. But I'll pass it now.
Yeah, Akua.
Before I get into my memories of it, I just want to express gratitude for the fact that I have people who have also seen it recently, because now I feel very validated in how I feel. I think even talking with people on my committee, like, you know, they read my work, but I don't think any of them have rewatched the movie. And matter of fact, maybe I will force them to do a viewing party so they can actually understand what's going on. It's hard to put into words how crazy this movie is until you actually see it. So for me, no shade, but I'm not as old as y'all. The movie came out 4 years before I was born, so I was not even a thought in my parents' heads when it came out. But I moved to the U.S. in 2006, and we lived in South Carolina for maybe 4 years. I remember almost every time we had some kind of substitute teacher who didn't want to teach anything, they would put Lean on Me on. That or Remember the Titans. Those were the two movies. Remember the Titans. People, they loved that movie. They would wheeling the little projector thing, the TV thing, and then put it on, and then the substitute teacher would go ahead and do whatever. As someone who was new to the country, I didn't even know we were moving to the US, so I'll put that trauma to the side. But I had basically very limited conception of this country. So film and media, mass media was a huge part of how I was kind of socialized into the US context. And so watching that movie, I was just like, wow, there's a lot happening here. I don't really have opinions because I'm overwhelmed. And so for me also, I move on, kind of have forgotten about it. I start grad school. I'm doing education policy studies. And in that context, like on the PhD side, we were mostly doing kind of like theoretical intellectual work, but we also took classes with people in the doctorate of education, EDD, which was a lot of school leaders like principals, superintendents who were working to get a doctorate while also teaching. And I just found it really interesting how often that movie came up. My research interest when I entered grad school was in school discipline. So I think that kind of shaped some of the conversations that I entered. But in a lot of those conversations, even as I was bringing up valid critiques of a lot of school discipline reforms and what they say they're targeting versus how the policies are implemented and the results that they have, people would say, but sometimes like these kids need strong, authoritative figures and this and that and the third. And people would bring up Joe Clark and his efficacy. And so again, for me, I'm just like, this was a movie from, a long time ago. I'm not sure how to make sense of this. Moving on, I'm taking a class in race and youth culture, which was like in, the comms department, but I wanted to make a connection to education policy. And in that context, we talked a lot about the fabrication of this crime crisis in the 80s. And so it was in that context that I decided to rewatch the movie. And so again, I'm rewatching it. I'm like, I've seen this before, it's just going to be a quick watch it. And I'm just like, what is going on? Every aspect of this is crazy just from watching with, again, very limited context of how these movies are made and where they're coming from. And, I'm putting together my essay. I know I can't cite a movie as, to explain the history of Joe Clark. So again, it's a very casual kind of Google Scholar, Google search of, let me just confirm and find some sources for these things that are being said in the movie so I can, properly cite and get a good grade, because that's what I cared about. I start looking up and I'm just like, okay, wait, hold on. What do you mean he wasn't, spoiler alert, he wasn't actually efficacious in terms of improving test scores? What do you mean this and that? Okay, what do you mean that entire 1967 scene that started the movie did not happen? Like, what are we talking about? So then I was like, there's a lot happening here. I want to better understand this time and period in terms of what would even be going on to facilitate the emergence of such movies. And again, like you mentioned, there are movies like Stand and Deliver, Lean on Me, Dangerous Minds, another one. And then also, why are so many of these people veterans who oftentimes were involved in like psychological operations in other places? What is going on? And so I basically decided to make that the subject of my doctoral study, just because I think there's something there. And actually surprised, I know, Jared, you were the one who invited me to come speak here, but this is actually me holding you guys hostage to help me figure out what my dissertation is going to be about, because I know there's something there. There's a seed of something that like feels really profound, even as you guys are talking, but I'm struggling to explain it to people in a way that doesn't sound conspiratorial, which I think is another thing that like in my experience becomes a way of avoiding the fact that these things are there is a conspiracy in terms of, different entities and agents conspiring to facilitate the creation of this movie, to popularize it to the point where Reagan's, Department of Education is citing the movie as evidence of why we need these kind of zero tolerance discipline policies and things of that nature. And so I am I'm trying to figure out what the story is there, what the dissertation worthy story is. But I have a lot to say about the movie because again, like you've seen it, and so you can understand it is bonkers how crazy it's just wild that this was able to not only be written, that the people involved were able to craft such a honestly masterful piece of cinema in terms of what it does for crafting the narrative and then what it does to other people. And then finally the last thing was also, I was with dissertations and a lot of these papers, you want to indicate where your innovative contribution is. So I'm looking into how Lean on Me is talked about in scholarly publications. And part of what I found really interesting is that there were a good number of research articles out there about school leaders talking about the impact of Joe Clark on their own identity as school leaders. There were people talking about kind of like the racist stereotypes that are represented in Lean on Me. There's even a phenomenological study done with someone who went to Eastside High at some point. But what I found really interesting was that like people would talk about the racist depictions on screen, but not quite. They weren't as focused as I felt on the fact that like it is completely fabricated and it is coming in a particular point in history and serving a certain purpose. And with the phenomenological study too, part of what I found interesting was that like students would talk about how they felt like the movie was an accurate depiction of their experience in the schools, despite the fact that, again, going back and looking at what the historical documents say about this, it's not quite true. And so I also then become interested in kind of like the psychological impacts of these biopics on people, like even people who were in those spaces. Their memories are being actively remade by engaging with these movies, right? Like there's a lot of neuroscience research out there about how fungible memory is. And so to know that like there's this confluence of factors, like the people making the movie, the time that it is coming out, the story that is being rewritten through the movie, how it's impacting people, the policy, like there's just a lot there. And we're going to figure it out. And if I don't leave this with a full dissertation, we are not getting off, even if my laptop dies.
Oh, that's hilarious. Thank you, Akuya. We'll do our best. So, Tume, do you want to jump in with some of the
Yeah.
figures involved?
Yeah, I mean, you could actually sit here for a long time. I'm gonna try not to. So Akuya brought up and Jared brought up, I think importantly, this movie comes out in 89. So it's situated in a particular time in the US in the 80s. And there is a broader context of movies about youth and the problems of youth. It's not just black youth. Remember, think this is also still like the John Hughes era. So you have also white youth movies, the Breakfast Club, these types of things. Why are the youth delinquents? Of course, white kids get a different kind of narrative. I'm not saying that narrative is good either. And then you have the inner city movies, which is interesting because the writer of this film wrote Colors, which is his first film, which is very important. And Colors is also the gang movie. So the gang movie also begins in the 80s as well. And specifically Crips and Bloods too, right? Coming past the Warriors era, which is kind of like a weird quasi-fake thingy, and the stuff from the 70s in New York, and kind of transitioning to like the obsession with LA street gangs. And then like the Northeast, it always feels like everything has like Hollywood is like this. They like to like, well, but we got this Northeast story about this crazy ass high school, man, and this dude who with a baseball bat who cleaned the shit up, right? And Hollywood likes to kind of regurgitate certain ideological things and find the new versions of it. The other thing is really popular in the 80s is the idea of the failed city, right? That these urban landscape movies, different people do versions of this in movies. And this kind of falls into it as well with like the mayor element, the idea that the cities are are basically haywire. The state may come in, also the federal government, and it's having a kind of half-assed conversation about Reagan and the various things that are happening. And they never really confront it like Hollywood movies do. So that's a big soup of like the kind of like political ground. But yeah, Stand and Deliver, starring Edward James Olmos, which was another huge hit, comes up the year previously, and it's a big thing. And it's hard for me not to believe that Lean on Me would get it got greenlit because of things like that coming through the pipeline, right? We have the East LA Latino version. Let's get the Black version of it in a different kind of way. But there's also a difference in those two movies, and we should do Stand and Deliver. I actually really think we actually have to do that movie for Imperial 80's. But I find it interesting that for the Black people, it's like hard as authoritarian discipline movie that we get, right? So, like I said, the screenwriter is a person named Michael Schiffer. This is one of his early movies. His first film was Colors that he wrote. He ended up, if you look at his career, he ends up doing very, very military movies. He did Crimson Tide with Denzel, The Peacemaker, which is a very shitty. If people have with George Clooney and Nicole Kidman, I remember seeing this movie. It's a really bad imperialist propaganda piece of shit. Jay's nodding his head.
Well, it just was like, it was huge budget, like super promoted, and then it just sucked, and everybody was like, "Oh, this
so
movie
bad.
sucks."
Yeah, I went and saw it. I was like, "What the fuck is this crap?" Right? When they were really trying to make Clooney a star, and before he became that. But the other thing, most recent with the dude, he's a Call of Duty writer. He writes Call of Duty movies, and I found that fascinating. The guy who wrote Lean on Me makes Call of Duty movies.
Does he make movies, or does he write for the game?
Video games. Sorry, the video game. My bad. Yeah. So I find that fascinating. Right. The other thing that I did not remember is that it's directed by John G. Avildsen, who is the director of the original first Rocky, Oscar Award winner, the Karate Kid series, which I believe also has its final film the same year that Lean on Me came out. I'm almost positive 3 comes out the same year, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong. Karate Kid series, right? He goes on to do a lot of stuff later. I want to flag 2 other movies that he did. One of them we discussed briefly when we did Delta Force, because it was a canon film, and it's a film called Joe. And Joe is a movie that I actually covered on the old Within Our Gates that I think I have to re-release this episode, because Joe is a movie that I feel shares a lot with Lean on Me. It feels like a large circle back to a certain conservative ethic. Not saying those things don't exist in the other movies, but the kind of like hardcore conservative ethic that exists in Lean on Me, you can see the seeds in Joe. Joe is a film about a rich man whose daughter basically has become a druggie and hippie, and she gets lost, and he meets this guy named Joe, who is a right-winger of a lower class strata. And they basically have a couple nights together where they basically find kind of like a unity around right-wing politics. Basically, the lower class guy basically unearths the rich man's what should be natural right-wing authoritarianism. And they go on this thing to find the daughter, and it ends in a tragedy. It's famous because Peter Boyle, who did it, when when the movie was cut and he saw it, he was really disappointed in himself, and he hated the movie because all the right wingers loved it. They thought it was like the answer to what should happen to all the hippie white kids. And Peter Boyle wouldn't do anything, and he actually turned down doing The French Connection because of that. He didn't want to play Popeye Doyle because of that. He actually said, "No, I won't do it." So really weird, long connection. So Avildsen does this movie, and I was like, oh my God, my goodness, right? That he was the director of this film. And in other ways, it does fit with the Rocky and Karate Kid things. The Karate Kid thing, because he is kind of like he is like a Mr. Miyagi. I mean, like the thing is, there is a Mr. Miyagi thing with it. I mean, even in the final shot of the movie, but we'll get into that a little later, right? And what Avildsen defenders or lovers would say, this is his kind of thing of underdog or reclamation stories, right? I think the whole thing will talk about like the ghosts that is invoked in the film, the whole bullshit narrative of the ghosts. So in a way, like the black ghosts are like, I don't know, Daniel LaRusso. It's all. I mean, I'm not gonna try to make too much sense of it because it's all gobbledygook. Right?
The school was built on a graveyard and you were the ghost?
I mean,
what the fuck?
Like, I mean, like, it's just all over the place. The last couple of people that I gotta mention is we gotta mention Morgan Freeman, who probably needs no introduction as much as he does need a bit of an explanation historically. So Morgan Freeman, and I'll just plug this. I actually met Morgan Freeman a few times when I was a kid because my mother's best friend knew Morgan Freeman. And very nice man when I met him years ago. He is a person with a very interesting career. He was a huge theater actor, right? Who had some personal problems in his life in the early part, but huge theater actor. There's a lot of other things in his early life I don't really want to litigate and get into, but huge theater actor who kind of broke late, and even before he was a film actor, he was considered by some trades to be the best actor on stage in the world, right? So he was Morgan was very, very touted. And, you know, there was this thing, we have to make him a particular kind of, figure. And he does a movie in 87, which we also have to do, called Street Smart, where he plays a pimp. Let's go say it. Right, and with Superman, Christopher Reeve, and very interesting movie, and it gets him into the kind of the spotlight a little bit because he gets nominated for an Oscar, right? A couple years later, now he guesses a year he does 4 films, well, 3 films. He does Lean on Me, Glory, which we also will do, and Driving Miss Daisy, which is said to be his breakout hit. But I know for many, I remember this also, for many Black people, the Driving Miss Daisy thing did not fly. And I have a feeling if that was the only movie he had did that year, for Black people, it might not have sat well for Morgan, and it might have been harder for him to kind of clean himself up. But Lean on Me and Glory both provide, which also are problematic. I mean, like I said, Lean on Me is a problematic movie, and Glory is also a problematic movie. They both kind of buffer Morgan's, I think, kind of possible over critique. And Morgan was a big fan of doing this movie. I read Morgan's statement. We should probably read it at some point. I don't have it in front of me, about when Joe Clark died. And Morgan went to like end bat for this dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, bat for this cat. Like, he was, and it lines with, like we said, a lot of Morgan's general politics. If you see him in interviews, he has a very, I don't know. It's hard. It's very much what like a lot of these really self-absorbed artists are. He always has these like quips about what people need to do, and they're always very bullshit and individualist and not very thought out. And because Morgan has this thing where he's everybody's grandfather or uncle. He literally played God in a movie. He just has that particular vibe. And then the other person to bring in, and we should talk about, is Robert Guillaume. Benson is in this movie. And from what I can tell, I think he's the only person in the movie who's like an actual person, not a composite. Like the guy he plays, right, is someone who actually was real. The other people are like composites, which I would love. People correct me if I'm wrong on this one. But from when I did my light research, he was. And Guillaume, we have to remember as from Soap in the 70s and then Benson. And Benson's another character. And Benson is a figure of also a kind of a driving Miss Daisy esque controversy of being the kind of soft black dude for white people. And I found it interesting that these two black men who are constantly arguing with each other about the state of black responsibility, that they're the avatars for it, because they're two people who were heavily criticized in that moment for particular bourgeois choices. So it's almost like a defense of black bourgeoisie choices in Hollywood. It becomes a weird proxy for other arguments. So these are figures that kind of go. And the other thing, and we'll talk about it, this movie was a massive success. I think it dominated box offices opening weekend, right? Lower budget film, made 3 times its budget, huge cable royalty rights. I mean, it's a massive, massive success. There's other people in the movie we can bring up from Michael Beach and Lynn Thigpen, are in the movie, figures that and yeah, it's I'm sure there's more, and I want other people to jump in, but that's a kind of grounding to throw in there, and other people can kind of jump in with stuff.
Yeah, I just wanted to say really quickly too, something that I found out was that apparently Sidney Poitier was initially the first choice for Joe Clark, but he turned it down because he was like, fuck this shit. He legit said, this is going too far. And so, like you said, Morgan Freeman was very much a huge fan of the movie, and part of his justification or rationale behind why this movie was necessary was that he did believe in those tactics from Joe Clark. And so that's happening there. The other thing, I think Schiffer is the writer. So one thing that it's either him or Avildsen, I always forget, but in terms of talking about the inspiration for the movie, he said he'd seen a new segment on Joe Clark on CBS that had inspired him to write this movie. So again, I'm like, let me go watch the CBS clip. I shit you not, it starts off with, if you had your eyes closed and were listening to this man, you would think you were listening to an anti-Semitic white supremacist. But no, it's Joe Clark. And then he goes... he goes into saying his stuff, and it's just okay, so none of that translated into the movie, right? None of that is shown in the movie. In fact, he's remade into this, cultural nationalist figure. Joe Clark never had an afro. He would have never worn a dashiki. He thought all of that stuff was made up, right? And so it's there's Joe Clark, the figure as represented on screen. There's Joe Clark as he was understood before the movie came out. And it seems like the movie was so influential in remaking him into something other than a loudmouth who had a lot of things to say but wasn't effective. Because even in that new segment, part of what they talked about is that it doesn't seem like he is improving test scores, but maybe this is necessary, ? But again, in the movie, it's quite unambiguous that his tactics are successful. And so it's also just very interesting to understand who he was before and then who he got remade into. Ooh, last thing. After the movie came out, I believe it was a year or maybe even 6 months after it came out, he actually stopped teaching and became director of a juvenile detention facility for boys. And I think that's where his career ended. He also was a motivational speaker on the public circuit, but Joe Clark as a historical figure is just very different. Even in his obituary, or when people would talk about him in 2020 when he died, a lot of the references kept saying, if you want to understand who Joe Clark was, go see the movie. And it's well, actually the movie does not represent him accurately. So what are we doing when we're signaling to people to go to this unreliable source of history to understand a man who, down to again, I cannot get over the afro and dashiki that Morgan Freeman had on. He never did that. What do you mean? What are we doing? Anyways, that's it.
I want to add one other thing. The movie that Avildsen planned to do after Lean on Me and Never Happened was a sequel to Joe. He was actually going to do a sequel right after this one. I don't know why it didn't happen, but it was going to be a sequel. He was in pre-production for it. So I find it interesting that this is his ideological restructuring as he was entering into like this era of his filmmaking after really a decade of tremendous success. Well, really 15 years if you start with Rocky.
Fascinating. I mean, just one thing to say to just for folks, especially younger folks who might not think about this as much, is that in this period of time, right? If you're thinking about the 80s, being able to like fact check stuff around this be very like it's not impossible, right? But you would have to go find newspaper articles, like go find journalists who are digging into it. And there were those, right? But like it's not like today where people can just Google like what are the test scores of this school, did these policies actually work? And what's fascinating about this historical moment that we are in watching this movie is that when you try to research stuff around this, Google AI gives you these summaries that often weave in stuff from the movie as if it is historical fact. And then you dig in and ask like secondary questions of like, wait, did that actually happen? And it's like, no. But like, so I say that to say that that is one of the real concerns I have for younger folks and for the future at this point is that you will have banks of computers with bots like summarizing information based upon available internet sources and so on, and actually drawing from these fictional representations, right, to like reconstruct reality. So in some ways there's like a similarity there between the 80s moment where the movie to us watching it, you get that this was based on a true story, right off the top, and you think, okay, like I'm about to see something that sure it might be fictionalized a little bit, right, might be dramatized a little bit, which is how this is branded. That Joe Clark again saying it's 95% true but some of it is dramatized. It's like, no, almost nothing here is true, almost nothing, right? But and so it's fascinating too, to Akuya's point, which you do see that he never improved the test scores, which is the whole fucking like. I mean, again, we're gonna do plenty of spoilers, so spoiler alert is fine. But the whole point of the movie is that like you know th- that he raises the test scores dramatically, like that he more than doubles them basically within, which is I also just have to say, I mean, we'll dig into all of this, but none of this shit works, right? Like, so I've worked in schools. I worked actually at schools that had during Philadelphia's just a little bit of Philadelphia history, right? Their schools were taken over by the state. I think that's finally over. I think in Kenny it finally ended that he got to appoint his own school board, but for a long time the Philadelphia district was in like state receivership basically and was managed by something that's called the State Reform Commission or the School Reform Commission. I can't remember what, but it was SRC was what it was called. And these were people appointed by the governor to run the schools, right? And so these things do happen. Like in this film, this fear of the state taking over and managing urban schools, it happens, and it often happens because the politics at a state level are actually antagonistic to the city politics, which happens in places like Pennsylvania, where you have Democratic, black-led Philadelphia, right? And you have largely white rest of Pennsylvania that leans much more conservative and has an antagonistic relationship to the city, right? And the city is not a majority of the overall population of the state, even though it's a large, slice of it, right? And so you get these turf wars, right? Recently, it's happened mainly with like transit in the United States. And anyway, I just say that to say, like, I saw when I worked at a turnaround school here, or I worked in operations, so I wasn't teaching or anything like that. But our network worked with a turnaround school here in Philly and one in DC. And they would try all like so many of the policies that are shown in this movie, right? So you know, the suspension expulsion thing gets a lot of, I mean, one, he doesn't actually do what they show in the film. Like Akua says, like he doesn't call up 300 students and kick them out of school on the first day based off of teacher written notes that these kids are drug dealers or whatever. Like that doesn't ever happen. But he does over the course of, I think, 2 years, or maybe it's just the first year, expel like 300 kids over the duration of it.
I read it was less than the amount that they say in the movie, but
he did do some immediately. He did do some within like a month.
What I'm getting wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think it's like within the month he expelled or suspended like 120 or something like that, and then the rest of the 300 over like, I can't remember, it's a year or two. Akua may be able, when they jump back on, to be able to like kind of correct that point. But that, it's fictionalized here, but a lot of schools did do the like, okay, well, we're going to take the so-called worst of the worst, right? This is a common policy that people will try within these reform contexts, and we will use suspension, expulsion, right? Like a lot of exclusionary discipline upon them. And home visits, right? So this is something I will, as we go through the movie, that as well. Saturday school, absolutely. After school programs, which isn't really delved into here, but like all of these things. And yeah, as we dig into it more, we'll talk about some of the ways these things are rationalized. But the point is that they never work, like not to any kind of dramatic, thing. And I remember I worked at Harlem Children's Zone from 05 to 09, and we had a board that was full of like these corporate goons, these Wall Street goons, and the first year that they did it, the test scores of the students didn't improve at all, or improve like very marginally, and they fired like everybody. They fired the superintendent, they fired the principal, they fired like a bunch of the teachers. Like they just, and is this conservative mentality, which like is very heavy within the charter school movement. It really like, and it's interesting, right? Because it does connect, even though Joe Clark is not actually a cultural nationalist, and that is made up. If you go to Harlem Children's Zone, there were a lot of cultural nationalist people within leadership. And so it was this weird intersection where you had these very conservative money, Wall Street money, aligning with basically folks with a Black conservative lens. And but they, they fire everybody like that was gonna do anything, which is another thing that's shown in this film, right? Is Joe fires the music teacher who, like, I mean, I guess she's doing Mozart, and it's like, this is the stupid white shit. But like at the same time, she's taking these kids to Lincoln Center to sing, and they're actually singing well. Like, so he fires her, and then he goes after like the football coach just for, it's not even clear why he's going after him.
Because they're a bad football team and he's tired of it.
Oh man.
What's a weight program? He needs training.
Do we have you back, Akua?
Yes, I've been listening and running around this library.
So Akua, I just want to we'll clear out for you for a little bit, if you just want to go through like anything you want to go through in setup or discussion of the movie on a kind of like high level, and then we can work through the movie and talk about different aspects of it as it goes through.
Sure, yeah. So I think like a lot of what I have to say, once we get into talking about the movie itself, that's where it will kind of come into play. But one thing that I've also been kind of working through and thinking about is just like the nature of biopics, and especially Hollywood biopics, and the role that they play in kind of shaping and reflecting the ideology of the time in which they emerge. There's this book by George Custon called Biopics, and it basically charts the creation of biographical films from the beginning of the Hollywood era through the end of the studio era, which I think is maybe in 1960 something. And a big part of what he's doing is kind of laying out the structure of these films, like the way that the narratives are structured, the kinds of stories that they draw on, and how they construct the characters on screen. And a big part of it, I think it's pretty indicative of how a lot of Hollywood movies specifically work, is kind of constructing this kind of heroic figure. The Hollywood stories tend to be about, oftentimes, individuals making it through some kind of challenge. Even when it's on a group level, there's like an identity as a group that shapes how they are all kind of coming through, in a way that arguably, I can imagine there are people who would respond to that with the idea that this is just how good stories are told, but they're not, that's not how it works. If you look at Soviet films, that's not necessarily always how they are structured, right? And so Hollywood just takes on this particular approach to history and historical figures because of how easy it makes it for individuals to identify with certain figures and even be able to root for them, even when they don't necessarily agree with them, right? Joe Clark, even if you don't necessarily see him as a commendable figure, there's a very clear narrative there. There's a challenge. There's a place that has fallen into disrepair. Nobody's able to help them. Sam in the locker is yelling out, "Somebody help," as the janitor walks past. And it's like, I don't even care what's like, they're hitting you over the head with these kind of like emotional hooks to get you to buy into the story. And then he comes in, he's not sure about it. He's able to rouse them together. Of course, there's the midpoint crisis of, them failing the standardized testing while that boy's reading porn in class. Like, the little things, right? Like, it's like all of that, he is struggling. Even he in his own way, he ends up growing a little bit, right? Like, in terms of like being confronted with the fact that like his vice principal has to tell him, "You're not going to win people over this way," so on and so forth, even breaking up his divorce, which, by the way, Joe Clark in real life, that was not he was married to the same woman up until he died. And so, like, it's the little things. And then of course there's this like climactic or contentious scene at the end where, there's a possibility of chaos. He comes through and is able to calm them down, and everyone is rewarded because they pass, so on. Like, it's such a cleanly done narrative that in terms of structure, there isn't much to critique. Like, there isn't much that, if you take out the ideology, which is crazy enough, but like if you were to set that aside, it is a technically, in many ways, perfect movie. Like, the directors, the cinematographers know how to use wide shots. They know how to use the close cuts. They know how to like, use music, even in terms of what it's supposed to, bring up for you. Welcome to the Jungle, as this place is falling apart, and that wide shot, like that wide shot of the kids coming out of the rooms when the bell rings, like while they're singing about welcome to, it looks like an infestation. And that would, again, it's so technically perfect in that way that, like, yeah, for me, I find it's not really, I don't find much to critique on that end. But the fact that it is so well done and also is creating a frame that quite literally omits the structural factors shaping the story that we see on screen, not just the structural factors of the characters in the film, but the fact that, like, when you look at the cast, well, I guess it doesn't count as the cast, but like the people who were involved in cinematography, costumes, all of that stuff, it's overwhelmingly a white production set, right? But on screen, it's an overwhelmingly black and brown set. And so, like, you are seeing just the aspect of it that allows you to think of this as a people of color movie, whereas it's being orchestrated, like there are white people telling them, stand here, and like deliver that with more force, and actually, let's redo the shot. Like, it's quite literally being puppeteered in a way that, like, obscures the intervention or the intentional fabrication of the story by a white audience, in many ways by a white group, in many ways for a white audience, but also very much for a lot of Black people as well, right? Like, again, it won NAACP awards. There was also something, and so yeah, like, biopics are playing this particular role. I think Jared Ball had a episode where he talked about the Bob Marley biopic, and the kind of resurgence of these biographical films about Black figures that are, remaking them into these sanitized versions of themselves. And a lot of those figures, like Bob Marley, Fred Hampton in Judas and the Black Messiah, or whatever. Yeah, I think that's what it's called. Those types of things, right? Like, what we are seeing is revolutionary and or radical figures, or just like figures who are in some ways critical of empire, being stripped of those critical bents. I think in this movie, what is interesting is that a very conservative, an IRL conservative man is being remade into a pro-Black, disillusioned man who feels like he has no choice but to go this route, and is met with success. And so that's another aspect. I think when it comes to the construction of biopics as it relates to Black people, and as it's being made in the Hollywood context, there's something about turning these figures into something that not only can white people relate to because it connects to racist common sense ideas about how these places are supposed to function, but also builds some kind of fictive connection to Black people by, again, drawing on these symbolic ideas of what Blackness is supposed to be about and what supporting Black people is supposed to be about, in such a way that, like, it enables Joe Clark to even be considered as someone who's pro-Black, when, again, in real life, they called him an anti-Semitic white supremacist. That's who he was before the movie. But, like, Morgan Freeman is so compelling in his representation of this man that it quite literally rewrites. And so for me, that's one of the things that I'm kind of working through and trying to think about. Like, I think a lot of us, it seems to me that, like, there's this idea that there's a way to consume these figures and not necessarily be impacted. And for me, even, again, like, as someone who I didn't have any context for this, I find myself every time I rewatch the movie, because at this point I think I've watched it at least 10 times in the last 4 years, but every time I rewatch the movie, I find something new that I hadn't even thought about, right? And so I think in some ways it just ends up making me feel paranoid about the consumption of audiovisual media and just, like, the psychology of consuming things like this, right? Like advertisements, like, there's so much that I am internalizing without necessarily even being aware of. And that's even despite the fact that I'm attempting to take a critical lens to this, right? Like, I have a breakdown of all 89 scenes in the movie that I describe. Just, the data collection is there. But even then, there are things that, like, are just coming through in ways that I cannot. I don't think I will ever be able to consciously understand. Like, 24 frames per second is a lot of data to be consumed. I think I believe that might have been the shot rate for this, right? That's not per second, so if you multiply that by an hour and a half, that is a shit ton of data being crammed into your brains without thinking about it. And so it doesn't even surprise people who went to the school are still in a place of thinking about their experiences through the lens of the movie, even though, again, like, there's no, outside of their own seeming personal recollection, there's no evidence that the school was ever that bad. Like, it was not necessarily a quote unquote great school, but it was not on that level, right? And so it's just like there's something happening there that for me I find so fascinating. There's also another book which I believe I heard about from Jared Ball as well, The Science of Coercion by Christopher Simpson. And part of what I found so fascinating about that, and I think that's part of what makes mass media, communication studies so interesting to me, is that like since World War II, at the very least, there's been a very systematic effort to understand not just how the brain works on an individual level, but like the collective mind and how that can be kind of influenced in certain directions. And audiovisual media is such a huge part of that. I think for me, in my own personal experience, I've also attempted to do these kinds of like experiments on myself in terms of I allow myself to consume and kind of observing how it impacts my mood and what I'm able to understand about the world. Like, it's just the little things. Like, even on an individual level, I can recognize the ways that my perception ends up being shaped by the things that I consume. And so, again, and I'm saying that as someone who is literally walking around like, okay, wait, I just saw blue. Let me keep that in mind, because when I have a dream about like everything being blue, maybe it's because I'm in a blue room, like, let me just be that paranoid. And so thinking back on not being as quote unquote critical or perceptive about what I was ingesting, it seems like there's a certain aspect of the intervention that is being made through films like Lean on Me, and other biographical films that is not just about entertainment, right? It is quite literally an assault on our senses. And especially when we're consuming it at an early age, when, again, you're just sitting in a class. Nobody in my classes, as far as I remember, was ever concerned about the racism of the movie and whether it was inaccurate or not. We were just consuming it. And in fact, I remember when we would have worksheets for class, we were never told to look at like, okay, what happened in real life versus in the movie. It was questions along the lines of like, what does Remember the Titans tell us about the impact of segregation and racism on individuals? Like, well, one, how do we know it's true? Like, let's start there. But we don't. It's almost taken for granted that biographical films are an accurate representation of history in some way. And maybe accurate is not the word to keep in mind. Maybe it's just an intentional reconstruction of history in a way that doesn't necessarily need to be criticized, or at least like looked at as critically. Oh, last thing. There was this quote that is oftentimes attached to Napoleon Bonaparte that I find really interesting in this context. It says, history is a set of fables agreed upon, which I thought was very interesting. And also, side note, one of the translations frames it as history is a set of lies agreed upon, right? And so there's this idea of lies, fables, stories kind of having a psychological or intellectual or maybe etymological link within the collective mind, if there's a way to talk about that, such that, again, I think for me, part of what I just found so interesting, in addition to all of the fabrications in the movie, is that people who went to the school are also now reconstructing their own past through the lens of the movie in ways that like allow them to align their personal histories with this filmic representation, even if it's not necessarily like they're actively remaking their memories in service of this movie, and not necessarily seeing anything wrong with that. Which, again, I guess, do they have to see something wrong with that? I think a lot of us, again, if you haven't seen that movie recently, it seems relatively benign as a movie that like you've consumed. Yes, like there were a lot of crazy things, telling the kid to jump off a building, this and that and the third, but it doesn't feel as emotionally potent or as striking until you see it recently. And for me, I think back on consuming such a a heavy piece of media without having the critical faculties to even think about it. I don't think it necessarily meant that I wasn't, internalizing a lot of these ideas, right? I just didn't even have the language to think of it as potentially wrong. And so biographical films just like it just seems also very interesting that these people are being remade at this particular time. The story is being retold in this particular way to serve a particular point. And yeah, last thing for real. Again, I keep coming back to the fact that a lot of these figures in the school biopics were veterans. I think in Stand and Deliver, Dangerous Minds, that was Michelle Pfeiffer. She was a veteran. Stand and Deliver was the one with the Latino.
That's
Yeah,
Alonside,
Edward James.
right?
All
Yeah.
those, right? Yeah.
And so that also seems to play a part in this in a way that like for me at least like I'm trying to better understand because it seems like obviously there's a way to understand these kind of racist constructions as a part of the psychological intervention against people of color especially, and it's very interesting the figures that are used mobilized in service of that. I think Dr. Myron Clay Gilmore's thesis on racism as warfare, for me, is a great starting point for better understanding, like, again, the psychological impacts of these kind of cultural products and how we can reframe our understanding of, like, again, the assault on our senses as part of this, arguably centuries long war against Black people, not just physically, but also psychologically. Because ultimately, like, as Sun Tzu says, a war is won, basically, like, a war is won when someone decides that they have lost. It's almost like a psychological thing. You don't lose until you decide that you have lost. Like, and you don't lose till you die. And so if you're not dead and you decide to concede, that is, it's a way of allowing one's psychology to be impacted by the external circumstances. And of course, there can be very logical and rational reasons for doing that, but warfare has a huge psychological component that mass media plays a role in, not only in the active as like phases of war, but also in the times when people are not even thinking about themselves as being on a battlefield. So, 1989, I'm sure it wasn't the 60s in terms of, the legal battles that were happening, but there were also things that were happening at that point, right? People are consuming this media because, again, it's a feel-good story if you don't have the historical context. But then you have 20, 30 years later, I'm sitting in a classroom with people who are talking about the movie with all of this positive association that they have. It doesn't seem to me that they had watched recently. And so it's like sometimes it's like, again, it feels a little bit like conspiratorial, but they are playing the long game. They are playing the long game in terms of attacking our minds. And I don't know what to do about it, but it seems very obvious in some ways.
Thank you. You got something?
Yeah, I got something kind of to the point of the biopics, and then maybe we could jump into the beginning of the movie. But or Jay, if you have something else you want to throw in there, but so to your point about people taking the film as the narrative, people who were at East Side. Baldwin makes this great point in The Devil Finds Work that that the story's necessity is to reveal. So what kind of happens, and this is psychologically proven if you think about it, what happens when people are in a situation that has dynamics that they don't know about, which is actually the right instinct to kind of be like, look, I was in this situation and I don't know the outside factors, right? I don't know what happened in that room before they came out. And that actually is the right instinct. what has happened socially with media and story is that we then look to mass media because of the hegemonic order of the powerful people, celebrities, whoever you want it to be, as the people who then set the narrative and reveal to us. So once we get the revelation, it downstreams to everyone else. And then that psychological turn happens where you say, well, this was my existence. Even though if you really took a real step back, like a real one, and you probably, or you would need someone like a therapist, you know, get Lars Shihai in here who really knows the shit to like kind of help you decide through that. No. You've been propagandized, bro. Right? You've been messed with. And that's where biopics have been. I agree with you completely. He also has this great thing about where he says the movie star is an escape personality, and means that they can constantly, the star, so Morgan's a star, he can constantly escape into different individuals, right? And that's something because then Morgan's also an authority figure. So we, on some level, know that Morgan is always still Morgan. It's basically taking the Stanislavski thing as is, right? At Morgan Freeman as if he was Joe Clark. Denzel as if he was Malcolm X. And because it has the hegemonic stamping, it becomes the authoritative version, even more than Malcolm in real life, even more than Joe Clark in real life. And it begins to stamp. So then, like when this movie starts, I find it very interesting because they actually tell on themselves, right? This is based on a true story, right? And they literally run down and tell you like exactly how you're supposed to perceive this film. It's basically setting up for you like how you're supposed to kind of remember, right? This whole thing. Like the following is based upon a true story. Once considered among the finest high schools in America, East Side High of Paterson, New Jersey, declined over the years until an official report called it a terrible cauldron of violence. The battle of one man, Joe Clark, to save East Side High School and restore its former pride is the subject of our story. It began about 20 years ago. Right? Like they lay it on like really simple and it's really like it's pixie dust. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, like kind of going over your brain, right? And I'm with you. It's fascinating. Then they go to the school song, which becomes this like weird fucking device to hang the movie on. I'm like, I was like, do I have a school song? I was thinking, like, did I ever have a fucking school song? I don't even know what the fuck that is, right? And then you get into this school, right? And it's a bunch of white kids and a black man with an afro and daishiki talking about liberal democracy. And then I'm like, all right.
In 1967, with Malcolm X on the back wall, with Dr. King. And also, this is a totally fictional scene, too. Like another one. Like he never taught at an entirely white or majority white school in his entire life. And he wasn't teaching at that school in 1967 either. He did teach there, but it was later. First of all, this is supposed to be East Side High, right? Which is like, it's not, you know, it was never majority, or maybe it was majority white, but you have to go back much further.
Yes. And it was working class too. And also note like how young those kids look compared to the people who were cast for the 20 years later. Like those kids look like they were in middle school.
Yeah, and so
docile little white kids, you know,
the origin of our civil rights is in English common fucking law, by the way, not like not struggle or
you know. In Brew, the word that he teaches them, as you know, we transition to these teachers and their stupid labor negotiations and how it's ruining, you know, the schooling environment. Like it is so heavy-handed in terms of the idea. I had to look that word up because, you know, they explained it to taint, to stain, all of that stuff. And then, of course, visually, we see the school getting tainted. We're getting into the movie. Let me step back.
No, that's what we're doing now. We're getting into it.
We're getting into
The only
it,
other
yeah.
thing, I mean, so I do want to actually a little bit just revisit contexts, just remind folks a couple things with the 80s, right, that I think are important as we get into this. I mean, one, obviously, so this movie comes out in the Bush administration, right? But Joe Clark, it's based, yeah, Bush one, H.W. Bush, the CIA guy. The Which is also interesting. Reagan is obviously president throughout 80 to 88, and um, Reagan was a promoter, did want to bring Joe Clark actually into like his policy director or whatever for like wanted him as part of the Department of Education for education policy. So was a big fan of the real Joe Clark. And I think the period that the film is supposed to be is like 83, right? Is that right, Akua? Somewhere around
It
there. Like,
started in 87 in the movie, but Joe Clark started teaching at the school in 83, which also I'm like, why the
yeah,
fuck would y'all, this seems like such a little thing. Why would y'all make that up? Oh,
right.
1967, 80, it's
Like
cleaner
20
for
years
your
later.
narrative.
Yeah, I mean, and I think this is really important also, some of the things that we'll probably talk about through this film, right? I mean, obviously there is this film heavily feeds into the super predator narrative and all of that, which is already like kind of is in the air, right? But it gets even supercharged under the Clinton years as well, which is interesting because it feeds into that as well. But hip hop, right? Like, which we'll talk about through this. I mean, it is a very, like, of the 80s movies we've done so far, this is probably the one in which hip hop has the most prominent role within the film. There are certainly other 80s movies where that's more the case, but they really like weave it in both visually with all the graffiti, the the students performing on stage, all of this kind of stuff, and then the soundtrack as well. Shout out to Big Daddy Kane. Um and so that's there, and I do think about like someone like Rasul Moat's work, along with Rob Swift on their book. What is it? What is
The
it?
City of Hip Hop.
The City of Hip Hop, right? And thinking about this, which I think is why they bring in 67 also. I mean, of you really have to even think about those origins of hip hop, because it's like what 74 is the date that they give, even though it's like not, as Russell Moat points out in that book, like there's no clean start of 73, right? There's no clean start of hip hop, and you could easily date it at these other moments, and they use one that's a kind of meeting that's actually similar to the meeting in Warriors. And but the point that they're making, or that Moat's making, is that there is no clean break, right, between like the Black liberation struggles of the 60s, right, which of course go into the 70s, right, and you have hip hop emerging in the same context along with all of these other factors, one of which is austerity, which, as somebody mentioned in the chat, is never mentioned in the movie. So there is no structural context of why this school looks the way that it does, that has anything to do with resources or any of that. The only resource conversation is the mayor being worried that if the school is put into state receivership, that actually this is going to hurt his budget. Although they don't really get into like why that would be or how that would be. So there's all of those things, and I think the youth panic tied to hip hop, tied to drugs in the 80s. I mean, Reagan's big anti-drug campaigns, of which us having to watch This Is Your Brain on Drugs and watching the fucking egg go over the frying pan as kids, and all this kind of stuff, does come to mind. But there's a lot of things that are kind of swirling at this time. And I think it's funny too, because it's like, I think in that context, growing up, I think that's why it felt so innocuous in a certain way, right? And to me, I mean, it's like we were surrounded by all of these levels of narrative and propaganda, in which this one, which is one of the more sinister, I think, but actually would sort of seem kind of like, okay, well, it's just a nice movie, um, you know,
It's like
about this, yeah, in
in
this
a weird
context.
way, it's like the good cop version of Scared Straight, right? Like I could watch Lean on Me. I remember so one of the things growing up in New York, and we can even begin I think with the beginning of the movie to kind of emphasize it, but Akua has kind of brought it up already. One of the things is look, growing up in New York, there are good schools and there are bad schools. And if you're Black, you might get thrown to a bad school anyway, just because you're Black, which in the most reductive things is a reasonable argument in the most reductive ways. I don't want to get in the good school, bad school thing, but I'm not saying it's not a real fear because of and they're using a conservative way to dox you with the actual real racism that exists with schooling. So if you don't want to be in one of those East Side high schools, right, you got to get your shit together. You got to listen to a Joe Clark figure, right? You have to be that you have to take on this authoritarian kind of personality, even within yourself, right? And that can be an abstraction for people, right? So to start the movie with East Side High, brother in a dashiki with an afro, right? Who they clearly want to, and with white kids. So the idea that white kids are learning for someone like myself growing up at that time is indications of good learning. That if it's a bunch of white kids, that good learning is happening, unless it's a Breakfast Club kind of thing where they're weird degenerates in the suburbs, right? And so you have that. So then you have this Black man who does it, right? And he becomes kind of the focus. And then so the next sequence is that they pull him out of there and they bring him to this union meeting, right? And everyone in the union meeting is duplicitous. He is the only person who has the conviction and the rigor, right? And this is where we kind of also go back to what I've said earlier about people like Martin Riggs' character or Danny Glover, which I also have to say, I actually think the Murtaugh character walked so movies like this could run too, because it's that necessary authoritarian, right? You gotta take that next level. So when he jumps on the fucking table, right, and he shows his ass to the man, right, it's necessary because these people just don't fucking get it, right? And that's it. There's people who just don't get it, and this one man gets it, right? Which goes back to the kind of classic singular person, right? And he gets totally fucked over by everybody, and he is that long. And this movie loves its long shots in the hallway. Good lord. Right, him walking off solo, and it's slick, right? He walks off, right? You see Robert Guillaume walk into the other door, and the door closes, and then crossfade to Devilland. I mean,
Quick,
go ahead.
no, just quickly, you have more?
Yeah. I just want to say, when you get there, and the fact that they play Welcome to the Jungle, is there's actually 5 or 6 levels to that one of fuckery. First of all, it's Guns N' Roses and their relationship with Black folk, one of them being Black, and their commentary and that whole stuff in the 80s, and goes into and the depiction of Black and mostly dark-skinned Black folk. They were really big on that and pitting them against lighter skin, maybe Latino, maybe white. It was weird because you couldn't quite tell in certain moments, especially the Black women. Black women in this movie get it. I mean, Black people in general, I'm across the board, but the Black women in this movie just get it. Woo! I'm just my brain was splitting watching this movie with this shit.
And also very petty.
Very petty. But also, so one last thing, and then is that what that does to someone like myself is it literally makes me scared shit. Look, So when I'm like thinking about, and I remember there were like schools. I mean, I went to LaGuardia, and next to it was Martin Luther King. And Martin Luther, I don't know how it is now, but King at that time in New York was like, you don't go there. If you go there, and your brain is thinking East Side High, you're gonna walk up in there, right? And you're gonna get someone's gonna rip off your shirt, right? You know, like you're gonna see the toilet bowl thrown through a window, right? And you're gonna have welcome to the jungle, right? You know, like in your head, right? There's gonna be a drug dealer walking in and selling the drugs. And I was like, oh no, my little artsy ass. And going there, let me listen to Joe Clark, right? And like, and it's slick. It's slick on like a young mind, because you're just gonna watch that shit and you're gonna it scares you straight, right? Or there is probably an inverse of, if you are in a position where you're defying authority, you begin to identify with with these caricatures as well. There is that probably that element as well. And but that, I don't think this movie has that much mileage for that. Other movies like Colors and things like that do that. But yeah. There is that part as well.
I just want to say a quick point, because I'm sure, Akua, you have a lot to say about these scenes, but I just want to note that like one thread through this film that very much connects to the Ed reform movement is the anti-left bent of all of it, and the anti-organizing, anti-union bent of all of it, right? And so that opening scene, you know, where he gets pulled out of his class, where he's just this amazing, great, you know, pro-black cultural nationalist teacher teaching these white kids about civil rights. You know, he gets pulled into the meeting, and like you said, like all the other union people are not only unscrupulous, meeting without him, about to agree to his transfer just so that they can get pay raises. And that's the important thing too, is like that it shows the union as being only about money, and not caring about racial politics or like black folks at all, right? Which, like, this is a huge framing of, you know, folks like Jeffrey Canada, my former boss, and others, of that kind of stuff. And the other, well, we'll get to it later with the parent, you know, and her whole arc, but she's like a similar kind of you know, demonization of the left, of organizing, of black community organizing, and so on, right? And so there is that narrative right on, just from a policy standpoint, of, you know, unions and organization are not going to be the way to advance the interests of black people. It's through this self-respect, self-discipline, you know, personal responsibility framework, which again, also Reagan was huge on this doctrine of personal responsibility or individual responsibility. And so were people like Joe Biden. But yeah.
Absolutely. And with one thing that it's kind of clicking for me right now around, you know, the remaking of the, I guess, contemporaneous context of the movie to 1987 instead of 1983 when he started, you know, that's much closer to the time when the movie comes out in 89. But it's also, for me, that scene as Joe Clark walks out of East Side High and says, this school deserves the hell that it gets, as it fades into 1987, it's basically, you know, charting the through line and providing a cause for why schools are in that position that they're in at that time, right? Again, at that, during the 80's, there were a lot of like news segments, a lot more than I think even in our current day, dedicated to the urban crisis, like the quote unquote crime that was happening in schools, not just in schools, but also outside of schools. But schools themselves, especially urban schools, had become this haven for fomenting crime and just like antisocial behavior and cultural pathology ideas. And so he says that to basically prime the audience to think about schools are this way because of these stupid unions, because they got rid of well-meaning teachers who were going to help out, and also they kind of forced this integration thing on us and essentially pushed out the lighter skinned and or white people from these schools because of their violent behavior. Side note, the script for Lean on Me, the girl who has her clothes torn off, I think she's supposed to be Latina because she's named as Conchita. Conchita is her name. Like that's very racist to be, right? Like, anyways, that's her name in there. So she is, the girls rip her clothes apart because they are also trying to get her if I remember correctly, her gold jewelry. They rip off her gold chain and then her blouse, and then she runs out into the arms of Miss Levias, or Miss Levias, I believe was her name, the woman who ends up being the vice principal. And so it's just like, again, it's on the psychological or psychic level. As I become more aware of it, it feels like the entire cast of that movie are like, take this shit, listen to this, like, this is how that shit works. Like, it feels like they're being very heavy-handed with what they want you to believe. And I was not around in the 80's, so again, like, there's a lot of this that for me is coming from a place of trying to understand things without the personal connection in terms of being part of that experience. But even like talking to people who were born then, I think there's this way that also, I guess I'm young in the context of, doctoral programs and the kind of doctoral programs that I was in. But a lot of the EDD students, there was this way of talking that was like, "Ah, you just don't understand what we had to go through and just how bad it was for us. Like, you need to go see this movie and understand that, like, it was really bad out here for all of us, and we are just doing our best. And so, people might say they don't like these things, but they work. They work. Look at what happened in this movie." And again, for me, it's like, it's bad enough, the depiction on screen, but it's also extra offensive that, like, you can look at the records and see that it wasn't actually successful in improving test scores in a significant way, right? But to this day, like, people continue to advance these ideas because they insist that they are effective on some level. I remember I was talking with a school district, like a restorative justice coordinator at a school district, and I had been looking through the data on restorative justice, and, part of what they were talking about was using that as a way to reduce the racial disproportionality of these kinds of, harsher exclusionary disciplinary practices. In terms of the data, it continued to show that Black children, especially Black boys, were still disproportionately being targeted for these interventions, right? Like, even in some contexts, I remember one thing that someone said, I think about a different district, was that the detention room had been refashioned into the restorative justice circle room. And it was basically the same thing with just like a different name on it. But even in talking about how unsuccessful these interventions were for addressing what they claim to be addressing, which is the racial disproportionality, part of his thing was like, well, some of these tactics, like, they seem really great in theory, but we're just coming to understand that for some of these kids, it just doesn't work for them. What they need is, they need somebody who is going to, take a no BS approach to them. It's kind of like a cultural thing. That was another thing, like this idea that it is a cultural necessity for Black youth in this context to relate to an authority figure in that way, especially a Black male authority figure, because their fathers were not there to do the authoritative thing to them. And that's why you have women like this composite Black mother in the movie who is challenging his interventions, not really because, like, they're wrong, but because she feels like her authority is being undermined and feels threatened by this introduction of a Black male figure who is going to, bring in these things that exclude her children, but exclude children like her son, but also, I guess she has nothing really helpful to contribute, at least in terms of how she's presented in the movie.
Yeah, so the movie, like, it steps into this place where so you see we have this big scene, right? And also when I like another like really part when I watched it like a little bit again this morning is the so Sam's who will come up in the movie. He's a very famous, kid jump off the roof, brain cells kid. He's in the in the locker. They stuff him in a locker, right? And like violently, and the girls are trying to get him out and they can't. And the shot has like this long pull out. Help! So we need someone to help, right? Like, and he's like, help! And like the kids don't have any help, and you get the long pull out shot, and you're like, oh my fucking god! But
Nobody.
after
The janitor also walks past, is listening to music. Like, I'm like, damn, he's stuck in a fucking locker. Let him out. You don't even have to.
And they really make him slovenly, like the real caricature of the black or the janitor in general, but making him black in this context definitely is something.
And
But
male too. I think
and
that's a
male,
huge, like he's
yeah,
one of the few black male figures that you see in the movie, at least like adults, who is not also in an authority position, and he does not give a shit. Like, you're the janitor. I know you have keys to every fucking locker because janitors do. Like, you could have let him out. You heard that,
yeah.
but you just don't care because you are so self-interested.
Right. And that's where like Joe Clark becomes necessary. But also it's like the cries for us, like, and like after watching that wild scene, it also like it's like a breath. So you get because like that sequence is really chaotic. And you get in that music and you get it out and it pulls out, right? And like so like after that's done, I believe you go to the mayor, right? You go to the mayor's office, right? And they set you right into the narrative. And like you said, it becomes Akua brought it up. It becomes very, very, very like simple American
Doesn't the
American narrative drama.
doesn't the white teacher get his head bashed in and go out on the
That's in that
stretcher
too.
before?
That's one of
Yes,
them.
yeah.
That's, I mean, I'm just what Jay's bringing up is the multitude of things that happen. I forgot about the white teacher getting his butt kicked.
Yeah, there's drugs, there's guns, there's
severe
people
acts of
smoking.
violence.
Yeah, and then they there's like a scuffle coming out of the cafeteria line where they have like these cages around it and everything. Looks like a prison intentionally, right? And the kid like just gets whatever, he's like fighting and starts a fight with another kid, right? And then
on the lunch line,
the white teacher tries to break it up, and they literally like take his head and just slam it into the concrete repeatedly until he's like bleeding. I mean,
and that
he probably
happening to
would
a
like
white
die
teacher
or have like brain damage, right? Like,
and the teacher being white is just something that they would. I mean, I actually I don't think that stops actually when you hear about like Teach for America shit. Like they really love the whole like white teacher goes into a place and like the angry non-white natives destroy them. You get eaten alive. They just love that shit, right? But yeah, so then you get to the mayor and it gets to like this kind of like immediate Hollywoodized, like there's a problem. We see the problem and they're going to give you no social contexts, right? They're going to give you a mayor and immediately you and I'm just going to call them Benson and Robert Guillaume because like that's the thing about the movie is like I was watching Benson in this movie in my head, right? You got Robert Guillaume in there and the other white guy. And I got to say the other thing is like making him Jewish. Right, I think is an interesting kind of thing. Also, like making the sidekick Jewish is like is such a tropey thing that they do, and I think it allows him to get away with a fucked up joke that happens later in the movie as well. Like the way they kind of are playing with the kind of like racialized politics, particularly because this is Jersey, but there is that Northeast New York kind of extension that Jersey, because Jersey is also seen as like the kind of like sixth borough sometimes, or like sixth extension of New York. That's like really bad. It's like and I'm not saying shout out to my Jersey people. I'm not saying y'all are. I'm saying how it's like it's portrayed. Jersey gets
especially in that time period. Yeah, especially in that time period. Yeah,
in that time period, and like and it's nationally felt that way. Like it's like this is like a narrative that's like seen around the country. So you get the mayor, right, and he has this like problem, and they do the typical Hollywood shit where it's like, Guillaume is sitting there. He has a little thought, he's got something in his head, right. And, and they're trying to figure out how to fix the problem about what Jay and Akua were bringing up about state intervention taking over. And what's the primary contradiction for the mayor, right? He wants to get reelected, which like they always love to do. And it's not necessarily not true, but like they always just make these things. It's like the real typical high Hollywood kind of like story arc, right? And he's like, well, I know one guy. And it's Superman, right? It's Batman, right? We don't call that guy. We don't bring Riggs in here. Riggs is too much. We can't have Riggs, right? John McClane? No, McClane. I mean, it's the same shit. Like Joe Clark is the equivalent of these 80s characters. I mean, it's Schwarzenegger, right? The one guy who can do it. There is no one else, right? And you have to deal with his warts, because his warts are like they're like, while they're faults, they're also what we actually need. And that's like the real funky thing that kind of happens. It's right. We talked about this with Die Hard, right? With McClane. McClane has these really negative, regressive elements to him. But if he didn't have them, Nakatomi would have been taken over by terrorists and everybody would have died in a double cross. If Joe Clark, who has these, if we ask him to let go of all these things, so he has a little bit of growth through Miss Levias, but like, if we allow him to like let all that shit go, East Side High can't be saved. It can't. It has to be there, right? And then we see him with the white kids, the little white kids at the school, like he's been banished. And I find it so hilarious.
Also not true. He never was principal of a white elementary school either. And I would say just quickly, just another little fact check piece is that, the whole standardized testing was made up, right? Which, I mean, that's an interesting thing to dig into, like, because New Jersey is interesting in that they adopted a standardized testing in 1980, which nobody else, I mean, very few states were doing it at that point in time, right? So this was long before 94, I think, is the first like kind of federal mandating around standardized testing. And then it really picks up steam with No Child Left Behind is really when you kind of get what we have now. But I say that because growing up in that period that I did, going to school in Oregon, we took a couple of tests like I think it was called the Stanford Achievement Test at one point, and also the Iowa Basic Skills Test, I think, at one point. But these are basically like, they were kind of like internal documents. Like it had nothing to do with, schools getting funded or like any of that. Now, New Jersey did start to put in a test for graduation, which I guess is what is sort of being referenced here in 1980. But even still, like the sort of idea that they would hand us, or that they would have handed the school over to the state for not getting to 75% when they were at 37, like, is just totally made up and would also never happen. And certainly never would have happened in that time period. So that's an interesting thing that we'll talk about more throughout this, is the way that this film, and I think it was Dubravka actually brought this up in the chat, which is absolutely right. It like kind of predicts and prefigures a way of like standardized testing teaching to the test that we have now, but actually wasn't a thing when this movie was created, which is a very interesting intervention around the film in particular.
Yeah, it's so interesting, like how many of these kinds of policies that, in terms of tracing the emergence and popularization of these ideas, like you find this movie somewhere near the origin point of these ideas. I guess I can also see or understand in the context of this movie and what it is trying to do, why they had to, a standardized test had to be the kind of enzyme or catalyzing agent for getting, people on board. Because, yeah, I mean, like the construction of the mayor, I think when I think about Dangerous Minds and Stand and Deliver, at least from what I remember, it was a lot more focused on like the contradictions, and the pressure was almost internal to the school in a way that it wasn't as externally imposed, right? Like this school, the reason why they're even pushing for Clark to get involved in the first place, according to the story, is that if they don't, then the school shuts down, not necessarily because the school needs to shut down, but because the state is deciding to do that, and it might have this impact on these other individuals who are viewing the school as an agent or a pawn in their own long-term, you know, I guess, struggle for power. So yeah, that part of it is also very interesting.
So, the other thing about this movie is the amount of yelling in it. I mean,
Yelling bullshit at each other in the elementary school, like schoolyard.
We're gonna go to the sandbox and argue, right? you got Benson and driving Miss
Little
Daisy.
white kids walking around everywhere.
And it's like, but there is a weird way, and I don't think Avildsen has any kind of real knowledge of this, or maybe he does in some kind of weird way. But like, there is this black bourgeoisie crisis thing that I feel whenever I watch when they have their conversations, because Guillaume's character says like, I've done nothing in my life or something like that, right? There's this kind of way where it's like, we as a black bourgeoisie have failed a bit, and it's not an assessment of their really bourgeois capitulation to empire. No, they're not doing that shit. It's like we failed to kind of diagnose how our role within the state could save enough of our people to basically make them into good Americans, right? And it becomes this all their scenes, especially like their really big famous scene, the famous "I'm the head in charge" right scene, becomes this kind of
Is this movie actually the origin of this? Because I was trying to figure this out, and Google was telling me it is, which seems impossible to me.
No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
I know it couldn't be, right?
No,
but
no.
It has to be like 70s, right?
Yeah, I'm almost positive it's in like Black Arts Movement plays and things like that. I'm not doing any research here, but I would doubt that.
This is the type of disinformation warfare we're in nowadays, where if you Google what is the origin of the term HNIC, it will tell you Joe Clark, Morgan Freeman, and fucking Stand By Me.
Wow, man. Like this is so that's crazy. So you get this kind of like interclass, like it's like class argument, right? And like there's this thing where like Joe Clark has to basically take the calling. He has to basically reinitiate himself in the thing that he's walked away from, like do his duty, right? Again, like he's essentially being amongst these like poor white kids, or not poor. I mean these rich white kids. He's now kind of abandoned his flock, right? And they have him like when he goes back to East Side. Like I said, this film loves it's medium wides, and he walks back in the East Side, right? And it's like the music, also done by Bill fucking Conti, who did the Rocky theme, right? It's Bill fucking Conti does the music for this, and did he also do Karate Kid music? Someone check that for me. I'm not sure. But you get him back in there, and it's totally like the prodigal son returns, right? He comes back to assess the damage that has happened, and it's so sad, and to Akua's point, I think it was great that like saying that
he did music for all of the Karate Kid movies.
All the Karate Kid movies. It's Bill fucking Conti. Anyway, yeah, I was gonna say something. I think he's a David Axelrod ripper off and Rocky, but we'll get into that. That's for my music heads, David Axelrod. I think he ripped him off. But you get this shot, right? And he's kind of like going in assessing, right? And it goes back to what Akua was saying about like letting Joe Clark go is like the primary reason why this school failed, or a figure like him, because then you can like expand it. And now that he's back, right, it's like he's back to do the duty that no one else could do, right? And essentially, it's a tragedy, right? East Side High is a tragedy, right? I mean, it becomes Greek, right? It's like it's really like laying it on the fucking thick. And I'm watching this shit and I'm going, oh my God.
It's like all the white kids wouldn't have fled if Joe Clark had stayed there.
Yes, yes. But then it's also setting up the foundation for a hero, like a heroic ending, right? Like the tragedy is that first aspect, and then he comes in, and by the end of the movie, it's no longer a tragedy. But again, like the tragedy is a punishment in a way that, like narratively, I think, a movie can be a tragedy and there can be a lesson there. But here, the tragedy is the catalyzing agent for Joe Clark to kind of step into doing things differently than before. Because before he could, yes, like he showed his ass to the other teachers, but this time he said, no, like I'm the one in charge. You teachers are not going to be the ones who dictate how things go down. My word is law. Like, I'm the head, I'm the HNIC. Like all of that stuff is very much like in how I understand it, it's almost like he's learned his lesson from before and is refusing to the teachers are his adversary in very real ways that are set up in the before, right? Like they were his adversaries before when with the labor union and the negotiation, but this time when he comes back into that story, he's determined to not have things play out in that same loop because they don't have that same power. In fact, he's the one who gets to determine how things go down, and he's going to fire people regardless of how, I guess like union negotiations could look like. Because again, like the anger that he brings into the scene, I don't know if it was written that way intentionally, because reading the script, that part of it is not super clear. But like, he is not just responding to the teachers who are existing in this fictive 1987 scene that he comes into. He's responding, in my estimation, to these teachers before and their betrayal of him, and in his estimation, their betrayal of the school and the student. And this time it's like, no, never again.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, and I think that 67 moment, like I saw it described somewhere online as, Joe Clark as a young idealist, right? And so it's also a very conservative trajectory of the film ideologically, right? Of like, okay, those hippie years, which again connects to what you were talking about with Joe Mtume, like, those hippie years where we thought we could all just kumbaya together and wear dashikis and talk about Malcolm X and Martin Luther King to a bunch of white kids and teach them about the Magna Carta and English common law and all get like that's gone. I do think also just there is a very weird thing that goes on in the film where the good schools, I mean, and this is within dominant American imagination as well, partially constructed by films like this, but beyond that as well, that like the good schools are the white schools, and East Side High was good when it had white students and everything was orderlier and whatnot, and then when they're bad, they're majority black and brown. And even that scene at the end, which I know I'm jumping ahead, but where he's like, my white kids stand up, and he's like, they would be gone if they had, but these ones ain't got nowhere else to go because they would have left like everybody else if they did, right? So there's this whole thing about like how a bad school looks demographically and how a good school looks demographically. And that, which is also very interesting because I think then the role of Joe Clark, right, and the Clark-like figure within ed reform and ed reform in charter schools more broadly, their role as a force in gentrification, right, which is like very strong. And we could even, I mean, you talk about Harlem's Children's Zone and what's happened to Harlem over the last 20 years in this context, right? Of that the end goal, whether they mean it or not, right, is to actually replace the black students with the white students. And granted, that is the goal of the Wall Street people who are on the fucking board. right? But among a lot of the leadership of this, they may not see it this way, right? Because their idea is like, we have to give each of these individual students the opportunity, but the opportunity to get out of here, right? And that is often even framed in that way, right? Of this is, you are in a bad place and you need to get opportunity so that you can leave, right? Not opportunity so that you can actually help improve the community here in some kind of way. And what does that even mean, right? And community improving often means like access to other places or flight or infusion of capital that will raise the rents and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, anyway.
Yeah, and it's like they are stuck in a condition that has been deemed hopeless ultimately, right? The only way out is to exit the system completely. In terms of what you're talking about, like exit, where I don't think they frame it this way, as I think a form of death, or severing of yourself from the community. Because even in that scene when Clark and Levias go to visit Kanisha's mom, we get to see a little bit of you know, the neighborhood outside of the school setting. I think it's one of the few scenes outside of the jail scene where we get to see someplace outside of East Side. And it's very clear that like this is a neighborhood that is, Kanisha is not meant, the goal isn't to just help Kanisha graduate, it is to help her graduate so that she can get out. And that's why even like her pregnancy becomes this like tragic thing that is meant like she has allowed herself, which is another like that language, right? She's allowed herself to be put in this position that repeats the loop that Clark especially was so desperate to help her break out of. And it's just like Black people are deemed as hopeless. They're just deemed as hopeless unless they can be pruned to, like the 300 kids who were taken out of the school. For me, that scene when they're swarming out of the classrooms, I'm thinking, okay, so that's definitely a class size of more than 30. Like, I think that's a bigger issue than whatever these kids might be individually doing. I think let's deal with that. Oh, your way of dealing with that is to deem them as bad apples and completely expel them from the system. And now we get to see these nice classrooms that are repainted, but also are smaller because, surprise, surprise, like it is easier for teachers to give students more attention when there are fewer kids in the classroom. But why did we have to go the route of like, these are bad, irreparable kids who are ruining things for the salvageable ones, and therefore we need to get rid of them, right? Because there is an association that is being made between the conditions of Blackness, especially Black poverty, and like an inescapable abjectness. Abject, is that the noun version? But it's like you if you continue to exist in this way, there is no hope for you. Your only way out, like you said, is to find a way out literally of this entire thing.
Yeah, and I think that sets up really the 90s, because if you think Boys in the Hood is 2 years later, right? And that's the whole narrative with Trey. Trey has to get out, right? Trey and I forget the girlfriend that he has in the played by Nia Long, but Trey and Nia Long's character, they have to get out. Even if you think about it, even on the inverse with Menace to Society, a couple of years out, even after that, right? Kane can't get out, and then they do a kind of quasi like metaphysical thing that Kane shouldn't get out because he's done too much, right? So he has to kind of die, right? And even the other friend who becomes Muslim, right? He has to die because he did it. Even so, it's bad metaphysical politics in that kind of way. But like the get out thing becomes, I think, the dominant narrative for Blackness. Kind of how you're saying. Really, this movie. I mean, I'd have to do a real study. This movie could be like a turning point in like grand narratives around Blackness, as one of those like getting out is the only way kind of thing. Like there has to be an exodus. There is a lost kind of group that will always be there, which I think perfectly sets up, because then like that shit, that scene where Clark goes in with the teachers, man, is some wild shit. Like watching that, I was just like, wow. I mean, some of the things he says, right? Like he basically blames, like says like the problem is all these murderous kids and you lazy ass teachers. right? We're irresponsible, right? The when he makes the janitor the custodian, and he says, have the kids on detention help you clean. I was like, ooh, okay, so we get in prison, right?
That's a school policy too that I saw play out many times.
Wow.
Both in
Yeah.
my high school, but in other places that I
Yeah.
went to. Yeah.
So you got that. You add that. I mean, even some of the things he literally says, like, you know, like in lines are just absolutely wild. I think I have a few here. He says, like, you tried it your way for years, and 60% of your students can't even pass our state's minimum basic skills test. And then, like, literally, he yells it. That means they can hardly read, right? This is not a damn democracy. We are in a state of emergency, and my word is law.
Carl Schmidt.
Woo!
State of exception.
State of exception, right? Martial law, you know, all this type of shit, right? And then like, yeah, like, and then he berates. It's like, I've always been puzzled by the Darnell thing and like what is happening here with it. And that's the character played by Michael Beach, who he has this antagonistic relation with this like young black teacher who, and what I realize is like it's justifying, as I've seen it in these things, like an authoritarian person has to find a person to constantly humiliate, and it's often a person who actually isn't the most person who messes up the most. It's actually someone who's like somewhat of a potential high achiever, right? And he has to kind of show you that like it's kind of what they do with like Greg Popovich a little bit, right? They said like Greg Popovich would also yell at Tim Duncan maybe even more than he would other players. Even though, and Tim Duncan, like, we don't know, he's like one of the greatest players ever. So the fact that like Tim Duncan could get it, right? Anybody can get it. And that shows he's an equal opportunity, right? But then also maybe he sees a potential in Darnell. And if doing this, he can kind of unlock in Darnell, like get those little fine-tuned things, right? And kind of shape him into the kind of like next epoch of the Darnell. But like the way he just totally eviscerates these teachers and then ends it with the HNIC phrase, which the white man does not understand. And poor Miss Levias has to translate for her white colleague what HNIC means. Right. I mean, it's, and even like the first shot you see of him, it's like this middle shot, and he's just looking at him with his hair. The fact that way his hair is, it's like, I mean, he looks like a fascist. The sleek kind of like suit that they have him in from dashiki to like sleek suit. And I'm like, this is some toxic shit. And they take that all the way. And then also bringing in, the other thing is bringing in, that's Tony Todd, right? The actor who played Candyman. Bringing him in to be the security guy, right? And the fact that they need security, they need private security. They need this like next level kind of like carceral level intelligence. And also like intelligence too, with like the walkies, right? They need this next level shit, right? Justifying we need this kind of high levels of surveillance on everything, right? And they bring that into like one of the big famous scenes then in the auditorium, where he basically, you know, tells 300 kids to kick the fucking road. And like that sequence, man, I remember like that sequence as a kid always being a lot, but when I watched it again, especially the part, and we can go through it, the part where he tells them to leave and you see him do the kind of like, it's almost like Moses, right? Parts them away. You have not, was it expurgated? Is that the word he uses?
Expurgated, which I'm like, what the fuck? I've never heard that word used in the context of school discipline in my life.
Expurgated?
But I will say that is one of the more accurate things about Joe Clark. In real life, he did have a penchant for like using big words in these kind of like random ways. So that part they did get kind of correct.
But I bet it's so weird. But then like the kid, and then you see him do it, and then like the jungle just like loses it on that stage. I mean, even before they're doing like the rapping and all on top of me. I mean, it's nuts, right? And you just watch it, and like that's why I say it was traumatizing, because I'm just watching. It's like I don't know if people see Hollywood Shuffle, which we have to do, but there's like the black acting school scene. And it's like black acting school where they all like learn how to be like, stereotypical parts of black people, which when we get to Kenisha's mom, she's totally out of black acting school. We'll get into that later. But like, but that sequence, and I'm watching it, I'm like, oh man, it's easy. He's the first Messiah. It's Moses, right? Moses parting the seas of the jungle, and it's like, it's what it does on like the senses is pretty fucking intense. But then I could also see like kind of going back to it for a parent who's fearful for their kids because of the real issues that have to do with schooling, and the propaganda around it, especially in that conservative era. I could see that being very satisfying. And I'm sure for people and Akua, I would love to at some point, whenever, fix me on this, because some of the things what I read is like about there was parent support for Clark.
Oh yes.
So that's what I'm saying. So then even that, like that parent support that did exist, like seeing this also put out there about getting rid of the miscreants, and he uses that word miscreants, right, the miscreants, right, in this kind of way is like a kind of like affirming thing of like, see, this is what this guy did for us. He's amazing.
Absolutely. Also, I just wanted to go back real quick to Darnell as a figure, because all of the things that you were saying 100%. The script is so fast. I love looking at screenplays because I think like they include a lot more description of things that when you're watching the movie, they're not going to tell you, Clark is looking off into the distance thinking about X, Y, and Z because we don't hear his thoughts. But in this, they kind of write a lot of that stuff out and they include descriptions. The description of Darnell when he first comes up is they call him Darnell let me find it because I laughed. Mr. Darnell, a strong black man, is shocked. Like that is his introduction in the movie as a strong black man. And so even in terms of him being positioned or demoted, the explanation in the script is, or in the screenplay, is about like he has a football team that's getting pushed around and so he has to get replaced, so on and so forth. But like I just thought that was very interesting that he is a strong black man. And Mr. Zarella is described as a massive white man in a mustache. But like it's just like these little things that kind of come out. Kenisha is like described as this innocent figure as well. Like a lot of the descriptions of these characters play out in terms of what we see on screen, but also witnessing and reading what the screenwriters put down as the kind of figure that they want to position here, or they want to put in these positions. It's like very interesting because like so many of these characters are not real life figures, so we can't even talk about I think we can kind of separate the idea that they're just, stylistic representations of real life figures. These are people who are made up explicitly to serve this particular narrative around this figure, right? And so him being constructed in this way, again, as one of the few black male figures in the story, he is ineffectual even with his like physical prowess and the position and authority that he's given. He's not even good at doing fucking football. Like you're a strong black man and you can't even lead them to success. Like part of the almost like psychological advantage of establishing Clark as the alpha male essentially is to, again, take this figure who visually could be implicitly positioned as like a strong alpha male figure to bring him down. Like he's establishing himself as the head of the pack, and you go after the one who is most likely, or visually at least, can be positioned as potentially threatening that. And so if you can undermine him and point out how ineffectual he is, then that again helps to kind of hype up the emotional intensity and like validity of your claim to like this authority and why it is necessary for everyone to listen to you.
Yeah, so I'm going to move to there's the parent meeting, and then we have questions about the parents, which we can dig into, because somebody asked which parent supported Clark. Was it legit or AstroTurf? I mean, one of the things, so I'll let you kind of, whatever your insights are on parent support around him, Akua, you can kind of respond to that. But and whatever else you want to, but there's the scene after this dismissal. So he dismisses 300 kids. Again, this didn't happen, right? So like this is also, this has become some of the difficulty in talking about things like parent support. Like, would parents have actually supported him if he expelled 300 students at once? Would anybody have, right? Well, he didn't do that, so we don't know. So it becomes a false, we can't play out a history that didn't actually occur, right? I mean, he did expel a bunch within the first month or two, and then a whole bunch more within the first year. But it was like, it wasn't in this like, let's bring them all on stage, humiliate them, and kick them out and have security pull them out, right? It was through policy violations often. It was like because their attendance wasn't meeting, the state standard and things like that. So you can remove kids from the rolls. Like there are bureaucratic mechanisms through which you can do stuff like this, right? And so there's that. But I think the other thing that I would say is that, and this is an unfortunate reality within education, is that there is a feeling at schools that are, failing for a prolonged period of time in which there is widespread disciplinary issues and so on, that usually like within classrooms, teachers will say, well, there are 3 kids within my student class of 30 that if I could get them out of here, then I could teach the other 27, right? Like I've heard this said by teachers, I've heard it said by administrators. So then the school's problem focus becomes around, what do I do with those 3 kids so that then I can focus teacher instruction? Because the argument is the teacher spending all of their time trying to correct discipline around 3 students and not able to educate the other students. And so in that climate, you have a lot of different factors, but you have the parents of the kids who are like, my kid's one of the 27, who are like, yeah, get those 3 kids who are fucking everything up out of here. Like I don't care what happens to them. I'm not endorsing these viewpoints. I'm saying what you hear from people, right? Get them out. I don't care. I don't care if you make a special program for them. I don't care if you send them to another school. I don't care if they're suspended. My kid's not learning because of that, right? And so this becomes the kind of conservative argument, or the basis of it is basically, and it's interesting within a capitalist context, right? Because within capitalism, the system also doesn't require all of these students to become functional workers, or it doesn't need, there's surplus labor, right? So it's like, look, we don't actually care if all of these kids graduate or if all of them have skills, but we do want a certain number of them to have it, right? And so it's like the problem solving within this capitalist kind of education system. And there's not any, shouldn't say there's none, because there are individual teachers, administrators, social workers, et cetera, that do obviously, and parents, of course, that care deeply about the students that are in that 10%, right? But there's very little discussion around like, why are they in the 10%? Like, is it psychological? Is it environmental? Is it, family? Is it structural within society? On and on and on, right? And there's none of that in the film. Like it's totally, it doesn't matter. Like Clark refers in that parent meeting these students as rotten to the core, right? Like that they are totally irredeemable. There's nothing we can do for them. They just have to get out of here.
Mm-hmm.
And so anyways, like I can see, and I have seen parents be supportive of harder disciplinary, exclusionary, reform-based education approaches, all of this kind of stuff for like 10% of the school population, if it improves the school, not even scores, just discipline across the school in the other areas, which is what you get here, right? Because this is, I think, the Joe Clark story more accurately, is that he does, through authoritarian policies, improve the climate, what's get called the school climate, the ability of teachers to to teach in those rooms without disruption or whatever, the overall discipline of the school, becomes one where students are a certain faction of students is sort of able to be in a more ordinary or whatever you would call it, like schooling environment, and everybody else is just, you know, thrown to the side and dismissed. And parents will support that, as will like a lot of different sectors of society. Like that's the scary thing about it all.
I'm gonna say one quick thing, Jay, and then I'll pass it to Akua. That's why I think the second part of that scene of him throwing the kids out was very important, because then he addresses all the other kids, right? He dismisses all of the miscreants, and he addresses them, and he gives them this conservatively twined, uplifting speech that we are going to welcome to the new East Side High, right? So it visually brings that point home, but then also narratively within the things that he says, you're not inferior. You did these things, like he lets them know like that this thing will be fixed, right? And it is. There are a section of Black, Latino, and poor white people who can be saved, right? There are elements of us who can never. Disregard them. Don't think about them ever again. They are a threat. If you see them, let me know so I can have them arrested. Right? We are now in this concentrated place where you will be. And then that connection with Kenesha in that scene, I think, is also really important as well, giving him a kind of like gentle touch of like one-on-one humanness. So, right. So then when you go to the parent, right, played by Lynn Thigpen, which is just so egregious. You get his primary adversary is this parent whose kid we never meet in the movie, and we don't know who that is, but she's this, massive roadblock.
Yes, I wanted to say really quickly too that with Jared, what you were talking about, part of what I think the movie kind of minimizes or doesn't even really talk about is how it kind of creates this connection between the interest of teachers and students. Basically, Joe Clark is fighting against the teachers and their investment in their own personal interests and also trying to rally the students around. But like in the movie, it's almost positioned like the teachers and the students are on one side. But like you said, like I think there is a way that, at least for me, in terms of how the movie presents educators and teachers in that aspect, like it minimizes the ways that like a lot of teachers have also oftentimes supported these types of policies, because at least in terms of like the labor interest of teachers, right, they talk about like the work conditions for teachers. Their work conditions are the students that they are managing. So oftentimes when they are negotiating for or advocating for certain conditions to work in, it is not necessarily about what is in the best interest of students, but we are kind of led to believe that there is that connection between them. So that part of it was really interesting. Going back to the question that was raised about parental support, I don't necessarily find anything that is like these are the particular types of parents who were supporting, but in the news segment, the CBS news segment, they did have, I think they mentioned that there were some parents who were supportive, and then they also had students on screen who talked about how important and necessary it was to have Joe Clark around. So even that, yeah, I think there's a valid point to be made about potential astroturfing. But the main thing is like it goes back to a lot of these news stories and discourses that emerge. It actually does not matter if you can find the parents who were supportive or not supportive. Once the story has been introduced, now people are operating within a terrain that takes for granted the fact that this will be true. And that's another thing of like how these kinds of like public discourses happen. Like it comes to a point where I believe we need to be mindful about the things that we are willing to engage with, because like you can trace to the origins and find out that actually it was just a bunch of hot air. There wasn't really anything there. But by the time that we get to that point, people have already invested so much into either supporting or advancing ideas and policies that it gets to a point where it doesn't matter that, you know, I don't know, like, I don't think there was a poll that was done to find out who was supportive. They were potentially, some of these policies were going to go ahead anyways. But now you have people talking in ways that take for granted the reality. That, again, it's like a little bit of, I'm thinking about Baudrillard's discussion of simulacra, and the idea that, like, it's not just a matter of the simulacra replicating or trying to simulate what already exists, but it quite literally creates something that functions as if it already existed before it was created, right? Like, there's this kind of like snake biting its own tail situation where it comes to a point where it doesn't matter that there is no true real origin point for this. It's that it has been introduced and now we have to deal with it.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. And yeah, somebody asked me about the 10%. I mean, and so my reference of 10% students was that there were 3,000 students supposedly at Patterson. I don't think that figure is totally accurate, but whatever. Neither is the number of students suspended or expelled. But you know, and then he takes 300 of them and kicks them out. But I will say that I have heard that exact argument, 10% or 5%, right, of students. Like, it's, you know, if you have a class of 30, it's 2 or 3, right? Like, this is sort of the discussion that comes up. And if you are a parent of one of those 2 or 3 students, like, yeah, you probably will be you know, against this, right? But that's only going to be 10% at most of those. And unfortunately, in some cases, some of those parents also think, yeah, my child needs XYZ disciplinary thing. They need to be sent to a military school. They need to be put in a reform wing of this school where we bring in folks that do, what is that shit called? Um, I'm forgetting it. Like, there is a term for like holds of students to calm them down. Um, it's a very I have to dig into the policy around restraint, right? Where we do restraint of students. I mean, really fucked up shit, right? But not that far from the kind of way that, I mean, Joe Clark in the movie, he literally picks kids up, he, you know, he hits them on the head, he chops them under the, you know, the jaw, right? I mean, we do have to go back for a second, because we can't just skip over the scene with Sam's. I didn't
No,
realize that we did.
we were getting there. We haven't
Yeah, I
skipped
think
it
it
yet.
comes after.
Oh, that's right. It's the next
Mhm.
day.
It
It's
comes
the next
after.
day.
Yeah,
That's
No,
right.
yeah.
no, no. Literally, it's like the next scene.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
As,
Yeah.
as Joe Clark looks to reclaim the halls, which is another phrase he uses, right? Because like that's kind of what the movie then does. Like he gives the parents this sermon, and it's total Morgan Freeman shit. He does it like every fucking movie in the 90s and shit. Like where he goes into a thing, Joe, you are no good, right? And it's so pleasing to white audiences too. It's like, I mean, I have to make this side point, like this is where like I've always just found Morgan Freeman as an actor a really funky fucking figure, because I know he this is when you become a movie star and you know what shtick works for people, right? And he knows at the end of the day, like this kind of like sermon-y thing is something that they really into. They love black people who could do roles when they act, especially back then, the theater actors. So he does this thing, and he does that. He walks out, and yeah, you get to the famous rooftop scene where Sam's is waiting for him. Go ahead.
Before can we talk a little bit more about that PTA scene? Because
Yeah,
I
for
think
sure, yes.
there's just so much there. I feel like that sermon that he gave was like, again, going back to this weird association between him and some kind of radical pro-black politics. Like that, to me, that scene, along with at the end, closer to the end, when they have this like the black woman singing the Negro spiritual and they're hugging about, like, there's something there. Like his speech there, it was given very much like, I have been to the mountaintop. Like he talks about, there's just so much there.
He has a revelation, like
Yes.
God called him.
Yes,
Joe, you
right.
ain't no good.
Exactly. No, very much that, right? And it's like that is what rouses the parents into supporting him, right? Like he's walking when he first comes in, like we see this scene with the mom, and she's angry. Like all of the parents are kind of confused, not really supporting. As he's walking out smirking, like everybody has their hands up, they're clapping for him. The things he says in here, like he talks about it being a war to save 2,700 other students, most of whom have the basic skills, who don't have the basic skills, so on and so forth. He's like this scene when he talks about when Dr. Napier came to me offering this job, I felt the lightning flash. I heard the thunder roll. I felt breakers dash and swamping my soul. Like this is all very, and the Miss Barrett in the screenplay, I can't remember if he does it in the movie as well. She's like, "We ain't in church, Clark." But then he goes on to say, "I fell down on my knees and cried, 'My God, why hast thou forsaken me?'" That is like that part of why has thou forsaken me? When he first walks into the school, there's this kind of close shot of him kind of looking off, like all confused. That was the vibe it was giving me. And then when he gave this, I was like, yes, I know exactly what he's pointing to. Yeah, like it's just like there's so much here that for me at least it almost seems like it's yes, the whole movie is racist, right? But there's a way of him engaging with these black parents predominantly, and of course there are some Latino parents in there. Side note: there's a scene I think closer to the end where one of the Latino students says something about like, "Yeah, you're helping all the black kids, but what about us?" I don't know what to do with that. Let's table that, but I'm just remembering that right now. But it's like this way of relating to black parents is through these weird like churchy vibes that again like Mrs. Barrett is critical of, but it's brought up in a way of kind of like diminishing her concern. But I think it's also just so deeply racist that like this is how you rally black parents to your side by giving them these fake ass sermons, which again like real life Joe Clark, he was a lot of things. He loved to use his big words. He was not This was not necessarily how he talked, but he's being brought in as a kind of Moses figure. Like when he said like I've been to the mountaintop and all of that stuff, right? To me, I'm thinking about that scene, not the scene, I guess it's weird to call it a scene, but in I think it was Deuteronomy, right? Like after Moses first delivers the commandment, he goes back up to the mountaintop, comes down, and Aaron has created a golden calf for the people to worship because like they've lost their ability to relate to God directly, and so the calf becomes like a way for them to basically relate. And he comes back, he's like destroying it, and then brings forth the new commandments. It's almost like it felt like one of those rousing scenes, like he had come back with a deliverance, a message of deliverance for them that he was going to provide them with one way or the other because they had fallen into such an utter state of disrepair. And whether or not they were ready for it, he was going to do this, right? And honestly, like that PTA scene, it didn't really seem like they necessarily had power to change what was going to happen, right? It was just a conversation. Basically, it was ultimately like, I'm the one in charge. I'm going to do this anyways. I will entertain this conversation. But like, you guys don't actually have a say over me unless I can get the state board involved and they potentially decide to get you removed from this position. I'm the one in charge.
Yeah, there's always things about it's like almost like the the new CEO who has to talk to the shareholders real quick. It's kind of like Wall Street, right? Like, when Gordon Gekko has to go in and let them fucking know that they fucking up and he's the real one and you need me, right? I mean, and then he pretty much tells them that like y'all are not good parents, or she through the avatar of
Get
Lynn
off
Thigpen's
welfare.
character, get off welfare. I mean, literally get off welfare, right? And then you can tie that into Sam's because and it's interesting how they couple these scenes in the narrative. Because when you see Sam's at his door, right at the school door, because I think has he already mentioned that he gets there at 6 a.m. every day, right? I think he does to Kenesha. I think he tells Kenesha that he's there at 6 a.m. or something like that. So he's there at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
So Sam's is there early, right? He gets them and there is you begin to see like the more like digging into that the problem with black people is from going from these like 20 years from the 60s, because they kind of act like Black life started in 67, and then we just kind of go on, right? Well, and though you don't actually see any Black kids in 67, you just see the you just see the teachers. So like it's Hollywood bullshit. You can't make rationality out of it. But when you get to the 80s, that Black people, and this is a predominant narrative in the 80s, that Black people have just lost the plot. It's on us. We've given away to the degenerate elements of us, right? And we need these tough figures, right? Because Sam's wants to go back to school, right? And this scene, like y'all, like when I say that, like, people would do this scene in lunchrooms in the school, I'm not lying. People will remember this. If you grew up at a certain time, it was a thing. And him bringing him up to that rooftop, right? And like yelling at him, "Do you smoke crack?" Right? And it's like a joke, but the thing is, it's also like a joke to people. That's the other thing that I want to highlight.
It becomes like a meme. Yeah.
It becomes like a meme, and about the crack and like the killing your brain cells, and then telling him to jump off a roof. You're killing yourself. And it becomes the predominant way of speaking about social ills or expressing what is already the predominant way of talking about social ills in the Black community. It's like individual responsibility. You need to figure it out, and you are basically throwing yourself off of a roof and plummeting to your death, right? But the way the film is shot, because he's such an authority figure, and they do those like canted shots, and they always are really careful in making Freeman as Clark like he is doing this, but somewhere inside, like, he's hurting a little bit. Like, it comes where they say, like, you're angry because you're really sad. It's like it's a big acting thing that they always say.
No.
It's really has to do with your trauma is why you're angry. It's like a big thing.
I do it because I love you type of.
I do it because I love you. So that you get the paternal, right? This kind of paternal thing happening with him and Sam's as he like berates him. So it's hard to actually evaluate, what is actually happening here is abuse. It's hard to actually evaluate it, right?
I also want
I'm sure there's plenty more. So y'all can dive.
I just wanted to say real quickly, because in the chaotic scene where they set up 1987 East Side High, I think I told you guys before we started recording, was like this scene where Sam is getting past his crack, his daily crack. It is crack in a pill format. Bro, I've never seen crack in a pill format. Have you ever seen, like, what does that even mean? I remember watching that. I was like, wait, hold on, pause. If it's crack, let me do my research real quick, because I've never smoked crack, let me just see what it's about, because I've never seen, and it looks like amoxicillin, because it was in, I think, like one of those red or white kind of caplet thingies. I was like, wait a minute, okay, so y'all are not even trying, but also it's able to land. Like, again, you're watching this movie. I don't think I caught that specific thing till maybe my third rewatch. In like maybe a week, I was watching it back to back because I was trying to better understand it, and I didn't even catch that. And so it's just like, of course, like, it's already been set up that he's a drug addict, and also he's this kind of like, he almost serves as a comic relief in some ways. Like, it's not actually about truthfulness or accuracy. Like, again, it's not that hard to find a crystal and pretend it's a crack rock, right? Like, you could have done that, but it just worked easier. I think, like, there's something visually, I guess, about the pill that makes it easier. But it's just like, I kept going back to that because I was like, this is stupid. Like, why would you do a pill for crack? Like, why?
It's a greet point. And I was thinking about it because there are people smoking in the film, but they never show somebody smoke crack in the film, right? So, but yet the whole discussion is basically that the school is infested with crack, and of course Sam's is, there's the whole discussion about him doing crack and him admitting to doing crack and all of this. Yeah. I mean, I think that the scene. There's a couple of things I want to just touch on quickly. One is this idea that you're both touching on, because there's a particular, so there's a lot in this, but there's an argument that would come forward that would say Joe Clark, and I'm sure Joe Clark would construct himself. Well, I don't know. You might be able to answer this, Akua, but probably constructed himself as a pro-black person, right? And it's in the same way as somebody brought up in the discussion that Clarence Thomas talks about himself as pro-black, right? I mean, the politics for those two, at least from the film to Clarence Thomas, the figure, are almost sort of a one-to-one. But then there's a lot, as folks are also saying in the chat, like there's Obama, right? Like there's a very kind of Obama vibe to Freeman throughout, both on a like policy level, on the way he loves to belittle and berate black men and black youth for like, there's the pull up your pants, which is something that, like this whole thing, right? And yeah, I mean that scene, I mean, I think the reason that it's a joke to people on some level is that I think everybody watches it and is kind of like, what the fuck? I mean, it is so beyond, but I also think it's weird because in the context of 1989, I also think that people believed it to a certain degree. And this is an interesting part because again, Joe Clark said he never did anything like this. But it's also interesting to what you were saying, Akua, about students feeling like the movie was, true to their experience to some degree. And what you were saying, Mtume, too, about like if they got the vibe that this is the type of thing that Joe Clark would do, or they saw him do something kind of close to like that made them think he would do something like that if they weren't around. And it's a fictional character, which it is, that nobody can ever, trace down and say, oh, this actually, happened, or tell us about your experience when, Morgan Freeman told you to jump off a roof. Then it's like becomes plausible in their mind. And I can I can understand that in some instance with teachers that I knew either when I was in school or like some elder administrators I worked with at certain points, where they would do stuff that was like Joe Clark-esque, and you did question, like, what would they do if nobody was around watching, right? And I even had staff tell me at a certain point, like, "Oh, I did X, Y, Z when we got away from the security cameras." It's like, so like that. It does exist within the kind of school environment, but not to that degree. Like this is extreme. Like obviously telling a kid to jump off, I mean, we have to actually probably say, so that we don't get demonetized, that if you are thinking of harming yourself, that you should please call the suicide hotline right now, because that's how fucked up this scene is, of course. But then we watched it on fucking ABC, or NBC or whatever else as kids, and it does become like it is a joke. I mean, the gifts from this movie still get shared on social media.
Yes. And I feel like it's also so interesting because like Joe Clark wrote a book. I believe it came out like a year or so before the movie came out. It's called Laying Down the Law. And I mean, that book is also a conservative, it's conservative, it's a conservative diatribe, in my opinion. One of the things that he keeps harping on in there is the vulnerability of Black males, young Black males, to violence from other Black males, right? And so there's this kind of idea that like within the urban context, he doesn't use that language, but there is a little bit of a suicidal bent to how Black males are relating to suicidal and homicidal in terms of going after each other, but also engaging in these practices that are making them vulnerable to death, in a self-imposed kind of death without any, in my opinion, kind of consideration of any societal factors. But then also, again, like the danger that they supposedly pose to other people in terms of, getting Black women pregnant and leaving and not being, active fathers, dying or dying as a societal burden, wild, or being like having these kinds of like addictions that then again make them social burdens, and on a like a moral level, but also obviously financially in terms of who's having to pay for them, for their rehab, but also their incarceration. Like he is through and through a deep conservative in the book, but I think what the movie does is to provide a past that meets up with his 1988 version in the book, that kind of justifies him getting to this point, which again, like, this was who he was, regardless of, separate of what was going on in the book. But the book itself is just very much like these black men especially are a danger to their communities, and this is what is kind of like aiding in essentially a culture of pathology. And that's part of why we have to kind of do these things. One thing that he mentions in the book, when he does talk about pre-integration, black education, one of the things that he says is that, like, yes, they didn't have the facilities and maybe some of these resources, but what they did have was discipline, and that is why they were able to have academic excellence. And so, like, his argument is that, like, even like black education has become derelict of its responsibility to instill discipline in black students as part of this kind of like shift towards demanding, for a more equitable distribution of resources. And so for him, it's like none of that. Essentially, the reason why they're able to craft a narrative that completely dismisses structural factors is that a big part of this conservative argument is that none of that is going to mean anything if the students and the people who are teaching them aren't instilling in them these, intrapersonal values of discipline and excellence and willingness to, what's the word, like, it's not responsibility, but withholding, self-satisfaction. Oh, the word is right there. But like, instead of getting immediate gratification, but being,
Gratification, yeah.
yeah, yes, exactly, right. So it's like having them, these are the things that are important to instill in them. And maybe after doing that, we can potentially have a discussion about the other things, question mark.
Yeah. Yeah, because as you like get the as like the narrative keeps rolling, right, of the film, right? You then go to like his like complete reclamation project, and it makes me think like when he goes, he's like in the lunchroom, and there's the whole thing with like Sam's, and like Sam's becomes, I mean, he calls him slovenly, right? So this there is this like element of a certain like black people who have been gotten into positions of authority. And there is a thing where the movie has no intelligence about this, but like kind of like the political unconscious, it does kind of mark like who won to a certain degree in like the kind of intro war that was happening in conversation around black people in the 60s, right? You had the black revolutionaries, the left, the Kwame Ture's and things like that. And then you had the more conservative ends. I mean, Jared Ball talks about this a lot, right? And you really do see these are the people, because of their proximity to kind of to white power and their capitulation to white power, they're in this kind of position of power, and they still have this messianic feel to them. So when you get to that kind of like lunchroom scene where he's like, going around and kind of, getting everybody together, you see the Messiah kind of doing his reclamation job, right? He gets, Sam, and he embarrasses him. And like it's like the embarrassment is allowed, right? Like we have that. And then you add Darnell to that too. Because because for Darnell for dropping a napkin, and he's picking him up, right? He's picking up the napkin, and he admonishes him for not um kind of falling in line with what he has trying to present to the students, right? And this beef, right? And then the other thing, so you get this, then you get like the school song obsession. So he gets the kids to like they need to learn the school song. And this idea gets introduced of like inspiration, which gets is locked in with discipline, right? Through discipline, you will unlock inspiration. And this is what Black people don't have. We're no longer inspired. And I remember this a lot growing up, that when they would teach the civil rights movement, and Kwame Ture talks about this a lot of his speeches, that it was limited to a kind of thought of like inspired, like Dr. King was this inspired person, and through his inspiring voice, he got people to walk across bridges and shit and do bus boycotts. Not that he did specific material, diligent mobilization and organization, right? Through party work, through organizational work, all this type of stuff, had a political analysis on the material conditions that changed with each movement. He had disagreements with the elements of that shit, which I find very interesting when Joe Clark goes to jail, because I got a very Dr. King vibe with that end part, which we'll get to later. You know, but then
Another thing that didn't happen.
I was like, this can't have happened, right? So you get this kind of big wraparound, right? He has the beef with Darnell, and then when he goes in, and I'm clumping together because it's how the narrative rolls, right? And then he goes to the white teacher, Miss who? What's her name? The white woman. And that's why when she always plays like mean women in movies, this lady, she always just plays like I forget the actress's name, but she's teaching the Mozart, right? And which he'll later kind of say that like she's teaching non-practical things, right? To, you know, and like I think what that kind of plays on for Black people is like Black people who just innately don't like white teachers and don't trust them in schools. So like they're just kind of playing on that. Well, she's a white woman and he's gonna be right, you know, like and she talks back to him, and you know, brothers who probably have a little bit of like, what is that, you know, like we talking to back like that, like the movie's feeding on like the most kind of base instincts, right? It's really fucked up and is highly manipulative. They kind of pit you against things, but that with no real clear arguments, right? And he fires her, right? He lets her go, and I think at the end of that whole thing, he tells because he has a thing with Darnell where Darnell like raises the table, right? And it's like this big whoosh of things. And Miss Levias asks him, she says something like nobody, or she says, no one understands what you're doing. And that's exactly how I like it. Right. And this idea that he has tapped into something at a higher level than anyone else. And like Moses must come in here and like literally like just like cause the biblical chaos that is going to calm the seas. It's really like the way it kind of rolls in the movie is really like nasty on your senses.
Yeah, I want to hear Akua's thoughts on psychological warfare with all of this, because I think it's right there. A couple of notes, because somebody brought up Self-Destruction, which is 1988 song, in the chat. And I think there's a really interesting, this also, I think, helps explain for people the convergence of hip hop into the film and like Big Daddy Kane's appearance on the soundtrack. And then even if you think about Dangerous Minds, which is 95, I believe, wins the Grammy in 96, if I recall, or is nominated for the Grammy. And I mean, Gangsta's Paradise sounds like such a kind of hardcore song, right? But it's actually a song about self-destruction again. Like the chorus is like, why are we so blind to see that the ones that we hurt are you and me, right? And so there's this whole, like this taps into a kind of trajectory within hip hop, which like, I mean, it's an interesting one. I know Jared Ball has talked about a lot of this, because it's like also sort of the like conversation of, was C. Dolores Tucker right about some of this, even if the way that she delivered it, like she's kind of delivering it in sort of the Joe Clark way about some of this. But this sort of argument of the promotion of gangster rap, drugs, misogyny, etc. Like, is this part of the war on Black people? Which I think the answer is yes. But then in a movie like this, like the locus of that is the kids, right? Like they're the ones who like it's like as if the the culture is just growing from them of this like, kind of we don't know how to behave or act, and we're rotten to the core kind of thing. And I think that the Mozart thing as well, yeah, it's like, so all of these do connect with certain cultural nationalist kind of currents, right? And like a conservative, like you saying him to me, like this conservative side of civil rights, which is kind of, self-discipline. I mean, you can even see it within like discussions around nonviolence, and having to be so disciplined, right, that you're willing to just take brutality, right, and that somehow you taking that brutality will transform not only you but the person who is brutalizing you, right? um and so, yeah, I mean, like people like Andy Young, right, who comes out, other figures from the civil rights movement who have much more conservative politics. It's this like kind of, this is how we get ourselves together by policing our own, and all of this. And the other thing, just quickly, just as a historical note, one of the things that got critiqued by a journalist who spent a lot of time at Patterson was this idea within the film that the white teachers or administrators didn't like Joe Clark or had an antagonistic relationship to them, which I think in the movie works to show this kind of cultural nationalist, like, Joe Clark knows the way for black people, and all these white people are like meddling and da 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 da. But in reality, the white folks, like the mom who makes the critique of like, of course the mayor loves you because you're the one who's like doing his dirty work, basically. Like you're the black face that's, enacting the violence upon this population so that he doesn't have to, right? I forget, she calls him his guard dog or something like that, right? Um, but that's the reality, is that of course the white teachers and white administrators would have loved this because there's this black leader who's imposing the policies that are, the carceral, anti-black, etc., and that they then can just teach or operate within the system.
Absolutely. I'm really glad you brought that up. I think, like, also going back to the question of psychological warfare, thank you for bringing that up as well. Because I think, like, I mean, yes, I've thought about counterinsurgency a little bit, but now I'm realizing I need to actually really go back and study it some more because, like, even that process of how Joe Clark, I mean, it's positioned in the movie as a victorious. He's victorious in this battle, in this war, as he talks about it. But even the strategies that he undertakes, right? He comes into this place that needs disciplining and curtailing. The first thing that he does is a kind of like physical expulsion of people, right? In the movie, they get expelled from the school. In terms of a literal war, what happens is that kind of like most insurgent or most threatening subset of the population is quite they aren't exiled. Generally, they are killed, they are murdered and removed from the equation completely. Yes, in the movie, it's expulsion that removes them, but there's a little bit of not analogy but a parallel to the physical and literal expulsion of people from life, and then what is left are the people who potentially can be won over with less directly lethal methods, right? In terms of whether it's like providing certain resources for them, like having a schooling environment that it's been repainted and looks better. Those are things that like can oftentimes win people over. Jared, I remember when we read JP 324, the counterinsurgency manual, right? Like a big aspect of being able to win over the hearts and minds of people is not about like, it's very hard to win people over with just a demonstration of brute force. There's like providing them with resources, being able to position oneself as caring about the well-being of the people, and especially like being able to recruit certain quote unquote marginalized populations to position yourself as being vested, having a vested interest in their well-being. And I think that's part of where this kind of relationship between Kanisha and Joe Clark is also very interesting to consider, right? Because like he's one of he he seems to care deeply about her, not just as a student, but also in terms of like her long term outcomes. He's willing to show up at her house to pretend to get her mom to better understand the stakes that are involved, even if she is thinking of herself as potentially like so far gone into this. Like, there's a chance you have a daughter who is brilliant and has the possibility of getting out. Like you can't just kick her out. Please take her back so that she can be able to focus. And then of course there is this thing with the black boy who I think the boy who impregnated her was actually also a pretty high achieving student. I thought he was like later, but when it comes out that she's pregnant, he is like this deadbeat who doesn't want to provide it. So even in that confrontation later on, where they're trying to rescue Joe Clark, she's like, "Oh, you can't be over here talking about all these things that Mr. Clark has taught us if you don't want to take response." Like a lot of this, it doesn't have to be coherent. It is doing the ideological work is subtle in terms of playing into again certain common sense ideas, but also reinforcing them without necessarily like they don't have to provide a logical this is how it works out. Yes, I know you might be thinking about this as incoherent, but it doesn't matter because again we're kind of consuming this. There's a lot of emotion that is playing into it, and yeah, I think with thinking about real life and Joe Clark being able to implement these kinds of policies and gaining, support from certain authority figures, right? Like in real life, the end goal is not actually about academic achievement. They don't care about that. It's about control and kind of restoring a sense of order that allows authority figures to be able to do what they are actually meant to do in a capitalist schooling system in an urban context, which is to get these kids to shut the fuck up. But that's what it's about. But that's not going to fly well on screen if you're just like, listen, we actually did not improve scores, but look how chill these students are. It's not as rallying of a story. So you need to bring in this thing of like the test scores being like, not only did he transform the school physically, but also good test scores. And then it doesn't matter that in real life, the good test scores didn't play out. Like people are okay with it because the control happened. And if control happens, it might as well have good test scores, and you can't expect one individual to change like that. That's one of the pushback that I've heard from people after when I would explain that he actually was not successful. It was like, well, you can't expect one individual to change, an entire school. Okay, but I thought you said before that was why he was effective. Like, what do we do? Sorry, I'm trying to fight you guys. Obviously, it's not you, but it's that kind of incoherence.
Totally. I mean, your point on the goal of restoring the order is absolutely right. I just want to say, Mtume, you can take over, but I just want to say one thing. Did you all notice what was on the door of the principal's office?
No. What was it?
So there's a poster on the door that says "Miss the wrong period," and it won't be the principal you'll have to see, and it shows like I guess an operating room or whatever, right? So on his door is this like big like "Don't get yourself pregnant" poster on his principal door.
All right, we gotta stop. I can't. I think I just hit the wall. Oh my gosh!
I have watched this so many times that I've never caught that. Are you kidding me?
Man.
Please send me the timestamp because I actually wow.
I'm gonna try to see if I can find a screen grab of it or something. But yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, there's like a great point here that I think is being made. Like it kind of goes back to what I was saying about the white teacher confrontation in the Mozart, and then kind of how the film like sets itself up. Because like my dad, right? My dad growing up, when he would watch movies and white women would have arguments with black men, he would immediately defend the black male because of his life experiences with white women. But he would, because my dad does not have good analytical politics, he would even take a position with the black male that was being coaxed by some conservative politic, right? The other issue with that scene is there is no real substantive argument being actually had. So, like Akua, like you're saying, they're creating a false kind of conflict to kind of like obfuscate everything, right? And what then happens is you have this like trail of stuff. And what does all of this trail of things end in? The kids failing the test, right? You got the kid looking at the porn thing, right, inside the stuff, right? They're not serious. They're just like kind of like the kids, they take the test and they fail it, right? And I find it then interesting that they also couple that with Kenesha's big problem of the home. And then like the home visit thing, I think was Jay brought up, right? The fact that they do this home visit. And that's a point that I didn't think about, Akua, the fact that there's only really 3 sequences of Joe Clark outside of East, like in that part of the film, like the sequences of Joe Clark outside of East Side High are very, 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 very minimal. So naturally, to you as a viewer, him going to the home will always seem like he's a cut above the rest, and he does what is beyond. And I also find interesting in that sequence, and I know I'm skipping over a lot, but I find interesting in that sequence that they have to make Kenesha special. And that Miss Levias has to say that and invoke that, right? That she has a gift. And it's like, because Hollywood loves through a single person to kind of reinforce the larger part when he basically talks to the students he doesn't kick out, that you are a separate group who can be moved along. And that there are Black people and Latino people and poor white people who are just going to naturally be things we have to kind of disregard and look past, right? And never look back, right? But but then like they it's so chaotic because then like the mother has a potential because in the past she was at the PTA meetings and things like that. She was an active parent and she kind of got messed up because it was too young. So there is these things, but the way they kind of like situate everything with this fake, because even without knowing the thing about the test scores, me when I'm watching it this time, I didn't look at any of the historical facts when I watched it again first. I watched it, I looked at them after. I was like, minimum basic skills test. So what does that even equate? They don't really tell you what minimum basic skills actually mean. So they kind of invoke that they can't read. Okay. And that 75% of them have to pass it. It's like, it's such a weird, like nonsensical thing, right? And by making it this kind of like large umbrella, it's like the really typical Hollywood thing of giving like a conflict that I think because then they give it a timeline with like the numbers that they can fix everything around this kind of like long series of montage, right? And when you get down to the numbers, you also know that it's guaranteed to work. So actually, while you're watching it, even though there's struggle within it, you know that the movie is going to end and satisfy you with a win in some kind of way. You don't know how the win's going to happen, but it will win. And it's very, 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 very just, oh my Lord.
Yes, and he's gonna win big. Like, I mean, I think I don't remember exactly what the threshold was. It might have been the 75%, but again, like it was it was a rousing success all within the span of one school year. Right, like that's huge, and all because he got rid of the bad student. He got rid of the teachers who wanted to, do their own thing instead of listening to him. He got the Black kids to sing some Negro spirituals. Like he did all of these things, and surprise, surprise, it ends up working out. Going back to the scene with Kenesha's mom, absolutely everything that you guys with Jared and Mtume, you guys were talking about. I think it's also interesting because in terms of that scene, and also in terms of Joe Clark's construction, I think at least for me, I've heard people talk about him as a patriarchal figure, and that kind of infusion of his character into the quote unquote Black community as a way to restore order, I think there's a lot of validity to that. But for me, also, I think one thing that I continue to be frustrated about in terms of this conscious of patriarchy is that it is talked about as like when men do things, but it is a kinship structure. And I think Joe Clark's figure could not have been as effective if he did not have the Black woman Miss Levias on his side. She is the one as standing as a go-between between him and the teachers, right? There's that scene later on where she tells him, listen, like, I know you think you're doing all of these things and they're helpful, but as someone who is actually, talking to teachers and finding out from them, I can tell you, like, you are alienating them because all you care about is you and this and that and the third. She's the one who explains to the white teachers what HNIC means. Like, and also in coming to Kanisha's mom, right? Like, it for me, it lands very differently because they came to her as essentially Kanisha's educational parents, and they are a non-broken family in terms of like there's a father and a mom, right? Like he is coming in having these demands, but she's also playing a critical part in terms of helping to underscore the importance of getting Kanisha back in the home and being safe. And so like that dynamic between Joe Clark and Miss Levias on one end and Kanisha's mom and the kind of defensiveness that she has about them coming into her private sphere to tell her how to move through and also tell her that she's essentially failing her child and essentially like having more believing in her child more than she seems to believe in her own child. Like there's something there, right? Like again, I think it's a story of Joe Clark, obviously, but in the context of this, knowing that Miss Levias is not a real person, right? Like she was made up explicitly to serve as his kind of like his own, like as the wife of the patriarchal structure, kind of again serving as the go-between between these, like him, laying down the law. I guess wow, that's the name of his book. Anyways, laying down the law and her kind of explaining to people, but also essentially functioning as I wouldn't say spy. Spy is a strong word, but she is reporting back to him about what other people are saying, what the teachers are saying. So if it wasn't for her talking to him about these things, I'm not sure if he would know because he doesn't give a shit. But he has a trusty sidekick who is doing these things, not necessarily because she wants to tell on them, but she wants him to be a better leader. I think she's one of the people that we see in the movie who, despite all her contentions with him, she seems to really believe in him and what he's trying to do because she's also one of those people where early on, she is one of those people that like the student who has her clothes ripped off, she runs right into her arms. And so she's looking out on the scene of chaos and just like looking so forlorn and just frustrated with what is going on. And so him coming in, like she has these issues, but I don't think we are led to believe that she is antagonistic or resistant to his authority because she sees the value in it.
Yeah, I mean, so a couple things. I mean, one on home visits. I think home visits are a deeply racist policy that comes out of slavery. So, like, I think that, um, if you read Scenes of Subjection by Saidiya Hartman, she talks about how in post-emancipation context, you had abolitionists sort of aligning with factions of capital to produce manuals for Black people on essentially like how to be a nuclear family within the context of US capitalism and how to produce workers and be workers yourselves, right? And obviously this is deeply fucked up when you think that slavery is actually the institution that would have destroyed whatever familial structure that African people had, nuclear or not, right? Because it probably wouldn't have been nuclear, but those structures. But nonetheless, it's like essentially what they're teaching them is very capitalist propaganda of like this is how you hold your home together so that then you can produce like the worker whose labor can be exploited in these ways. And this is the kind of, self-discipline and time thrift and all of this kind of stuff that you need to impose. And they are a popular policy in urban education spheres. They get funding often from private foundations that comes outside of the district budgets to do home visits. It's interesting, probably a bit of research to dig into some of the foundations that pay for school districts to do home visits and what their overall politics are. I haven't done that, but I remember a little bit of that from my time working in those spaces. And, it's argued about the effectiveness of them and all of this kind of stuff. But they actually do, I think, look in a lot of ways like often what is shown in the film. And so when I lived in DC, my wife and I and our oldest son lived in DC, and my wife was the only one working at the time. And we had home visit from our son's teacher. And, we were living in a basement apartment at the time because DC is expensive as hell. And it's like what we could afford on her salary. And it's a profoundly humiliating and demeaning experience to have an authority figure coming from, and obviously Black families are also overly, the family policing system is overly involved, social workers, et cetera, all of these kind of things. And so the idea of opening up your home to state, figures is more common, and as an experience, a negative one often. But like being there and just like, they come through your space. They're sort of like, okay, where does your kid do his homework? Like, how is that space set up? And it's like, if you don't have a lot of space, you're kind of like, yeah, well, he does it over there. And it's next to the TV and the kitchen's right over there in the back. It's like, it just is what it is, right? If you don't have a lot of money or space and you can't, and so you feel it produces this feeling of like, oh shit, like I'm not a good parent, because I don't have a big apartment or a house or whatever else. And this is what they tell her, right? If we could help you get a job, right? And if we could help you find a better place to live, they don't say we're going to help you pay for that bigger place to live. They don't say, it's none of that. It's like you need to lean into your personal responsibility. We'll help you find a job, but you need to get on this track where you're investing more money into, your house, to have a bigger place, to have a place for your kid to be able to focus, and so you don't feel these kind of things. And like that is unfortunately like a lot of what it is like this kind of somebody who doesn't know you at all, probably doesn't come from similar background as you, et cetera, like coming into your house and trying to tell you like how to be a parent. And I'm not saying this in some kind of like kind of reactionary, like nobody should be able to tell anybody else how to be a parent, or but it's not a this is not like a communal thing. It's not some it's like a state agent coming in and judging you and taking notes. They literally like take notes off of the things that you say, right? And it's like, what is that going to? What's that for? Kind of thing. And they also, I will say, like, I'm sure in other contexts, like teachers are mandated reporters and all of this, right? So like they're reporting to, child protective services on parents for different stuff, all that kind of shit. Um, and I probably didn't really come to think about it in these kind of terms until I experienced it myself and could feel like how it felt. When you're just intellectualizing it, you're like, oh yeah, well, like maybe it would be good for the teacher to connect with the family and to see the child's space. This is kind of how it gets talked about, right? But yeah, it's really messed up. And it is like I think somebody said, it is the no finances financial literacy thing, right? It is like you know, it's not easy for parents to just on a dime, like switch up their class status or their circumstances of what they can deal with. Um, And also, like, that might require moving, right? Which is also disruptive to children and all that kind of stuff. Might require moving to another school district or whatever. So yeah, I just wanted to say that point. There was something else that you said that I'll probably rethink of in a little bit, but yeah, I just think it is another really fucked up policy that, comes from a very racist space, I think.
Yeah, I mean, quick thing I'll say that actually my homie was a social worker that I made him quit was the home visit stuff because then he was then told that there were certain things he had to report, things like co-sleeping. That became a thing, right? And he was like, he like literally I think he did like 1 or 2 visits and he realized like he quit and he was like, this is really really bad. Like I can't do it. And like, and he didn't, it wasn't even like an analysis thing for him. Like, he emotionally, he knew it was wrong. I remember he texted me about it. He was like, he talked to me about it. And I was like, yeah, that sounds wild.
It feels gross as
I didn't,
fuck. Like, yeah.
yeah. And like, you couple that also in the film was when he also then fights the drug dealing student who comes back. I'm gonna come get you, man, right? And he changed the doors, right? It's like the chaining of the doors and the kind of like the grand protector, right? And he goes in these places, so you kind of get this kind of like circle around with him, right? And like I will say, like Kanisha's mom in the film, I mean, that is black acting school, Hollywood shuffle all the way. Like her performance is just it's I mean, it's something out of like honestly old minstrel movies. Like it's just really it's like the depiction of people. I mean, it still happens. It's like one of my biggest critiques of movies like Moonlight, the depiction of people who, addicted to drugs, women especially, there is a template of black women crack addicts that Halle Berry and Jungle Fever that is played that is just so egregiously disgusting, and it lives in the imaginary, and then it becomes like the Dave Chappelle jokes in like the aughts, right? It becomes like this regurgitated thing that becomes laughed at, and it's like it's such a or even there's that movie where like Viola Davis does it too. The movie that what's his name? Denzel directed. But the guy it's based on a true story movie. I'm forgetting anyway, but
Is it? Oh, I-
yeah. Well,
it's not Fences, right?
No, it's not Fences. It's earlier. He's not in the movie. He directed it.
Okay.
No, he's in the movie. No, it's like a military movie, and he's like the guy and the young Antoine Fisher. Someone's putting it. Antoine Fisher.
Oh, okay.
That movie, right? It becomes like this regurgitated trope, right? That exists, right? And then that all then leads up, like he's doing all these like extreme things to like Benson and Joe Clark having their big HNIC argument, which I mean a lot to say in that scene. But one of the lines that Joe Clark does say that they try to kind of slide in there is these blacks becoming the permanent underclass. Nobody wants to talk about that line, right? And like that as the his deep like political analysis moment. Like he has like Joe has that extra shit, like he knows like the real truth, right? And but that whole scene, I mean, I'd be willing for folks to jump into it before anything else they want to, but that scene to me really like the way it kind of situates what I was talking about, this kind of long argument between these two these two people within a faction of like the black bourgeois order, right? Having their kind of like meeting of the minds, and trying to kind of like figure out themselves. It's just very hilarious.
Couple quick points. I remembered what I forgot earlier. One, and we'll talk about this more later on in the movie, but is Joe Clark, I mean, you all have both already said this, but as the father, right? And that there are no other black fathers in the movie, right? And that there's the whole thing that Kanisha says about like some of us that don't have dads, he is our dad, like kind of thing, our father. And this obviously plays up heavily upon a very heavy-handed trope in the 80s and the 90s, around black single parent households and a lot of myth making around that as well. But it's wild when you think about it, because in the movie, like, I literally can't think of, I don't even remember, maybe in the parent meeting there might be a couple of black men sprinkled in there, I don't remember, but there's no black father in the film that has that, you know, has like a speaking part, right, or is even like, you know, engaged as a father in that way. And mainly what you see are black mothers with black children, basically. um and this reference to Clark as that, like, not only as like a father figure, but basically like as our father. Um, yeah, I'll leave it there, but go ahead, Akuya.
Oh no, that yeah, absolutely. I think like again, in terms of the movie, we're always starting from the understanding or acceptance, right? That like this isn't actually real life. Like we've already established that there's very little in the movie that aligns with what the records show. So what is most compelling or most interesting about understanding about the movie is the the role that it is playing in constructing a type of, you know, shared history, um, and understanding of what is supposed to be going on with Black people. And it is interesting that within this narrative, the like there are gendered representations of Black women and Black men. The Black women are either Black female figures are as young ones vulnerable to um, being eclipsed by either the sexual predilections of the Black boys, or just being in an educational context where they are they're basically not being taken care of because they're surrounded by these delinquent students. The Black boys, I think at least the only Black boy who really gets a central role, right, is Sam. And he's a buffoon essentially. Like he's a fat, dark skinned boy who is basically at the both an addict who is low performing, but also he does want to do better. There's a part of him that does want to do better, right? That's why he comes back even after he's expelled. He's looking for another chance, because some part of him, in the movie at least, is supposed to be recognizing the potential of being able to be let back into this space. The adults, the Black parents, the Black woman, who's the only parents being represented, is adversarial to this well-intentioned educational leader, and she is saying things that one could argue are very valid points, right? Like, yes, like this isn't a church, bitch. Get your shit together. Stop talking to us this way. Also, you can't just get rid of students like that. That's not fair. All these things. It is all valid, but in the movie, she is a figure who is using these words essentially to obscure her naked grab for power. It is about power. She is just saying these things. And so it's also, in my opinion, meant to sow seeds of doubt about these ideas and why anybody would be saying it. Because it's like, again, it's those are valid things to be saying, but they're coming from a woman who is finding these underhanded ways to undermine Joe Clark's authority. Again, the Black males who we see on screen are either, you know, delinquent drug dealers just bringing a case. Honest, we didn't talk about it much, but the drug dealer and his little briefcase situation, I was like, he's very organized. I have a lot of respect for like it was so neatly organized. I'm not OCD or anything, but it was so beautiful too. Like it was, anyways, whatever. He's doing that. Everybody, they're fighting, they're doing these things. The Black women, I think that at least a Black female teacher is, again, she also wants something. She wants more for the school. She wants to protect her kids. She is feeling helpless, but also is almost like without much authority in the scene. And I think it's just so interesting because like all of this, let's not forget, this is all a construction of a white man's, you know, imagination. He is looking on or at Black people through the news media and constructing an idea of what he thinks Black people are, presenting it within Black context, and people are saying they identify and relate to these things. And I think like there's a part of it that obviously it's definitely about I guess like internalized racism. I think to me also there's a part of it that is about a broader technology. I guess like I don't know if it's technology, but just how our human psychology works and how these things kind of have an imprint on you. Because again, like Jared, you noticed this thing with On the Door. I've watched this movie so many fucking times. I would have thought I was the one going to be giving you details about the movie that you haven't seen. I'm a little bit annoyed that you caught that and I didn't, because like I've seen that movie at this point more than you have and more recently, and I didn't catch that, right? Like there are ways that like when it comes to critiquing these forms of mass media and also ingesting them, like there is still a limit to what the human mind can quite literally explicitly make sense of, right? And so that some of these things are just kind of fading into the background. And there are people watching this who, again, I think because of the upside of constructing biopics the way that Hollywood does, is that like even if you don't necessarily agree with what is being done on screen, there is something about a victorious ending that, oh, what a cute cat. There's something about a victorious ending that like really draws the viewer in. You don't have to be bought in. Like I think for me also that's part of why I will never watch Oppenheimer again. I think it is probably one of the best forms of propaganda done, and it almost freaked me out to recognize how it was acted. It's just like you end up rooting for these figures simply because a good story is a good story. We are, as humans, like narratives are a big part of how we make sense of the world. I think Jared, you mentioned that, right? Like, or maybe it wasn't to me, like this idea that like in terms of going through life and experiencing things in a very direct primary way, narrative is how we kind of step back and view ourselves moving through that. And so a good narrative is able to map onto, is able to draw you in not only to the story, but also map onto one's own personal narrative. So like, again, you don't have to agree with this, but like, we have all probably faced some situation where we were entering into a situation out of our own making, coming up against antagonists who were against our project, like feeling roused towards changing our circumstances because like we are moved, whether it's, you can think of it as a divine thing or just like fuck it, I literally don't want to be stuck here anymore. And again, having these like things that are happening to potentially shift you back into a place of complacency, but then defeating it in the end, like that's a beautiful, perfect narrative. And that's part of what I keep going back to, of like there is the matter of verisimilitude. I don't know why what's this, accuracy, that's the word. I just saw that in my brain and I was like, I don't think that's the word I want to use, right? But like anyways, there's that, and then there's also just story. A good story will draw you in regardless of your critique, and that's part of what, like, I don't know, that's what I give the story credit for, and you can see its impact because everywhere you go, the Department of Ed handbook, I think in the 89 or 90 around school discipline brings up, or maybe it was in the Reagan era, it brings up this movie. This movie is in, I think, the Library of Congress as one of the cultural artifacts that has like a huge historical influence. I forgot the actual language that they use for that. All because, again, like the narrative is just, it's just one of the most compelling ways to relate to people and also coerce them implicitly into engaging in certain actions.
Yeah, like to that point, it's funny, right? Where we're kind of in the movie, one of the most slick ones they do is Kid Ray. Because who is the dude that is the biggest tragedy? It's the guy maybe Latino, maybe Italian, white. I don't, you don't quite know what he is, right? In that kind of thing, the mullet, I had to point out the mullet. But he becomes the biggest tragedy, right? And you're gonna die in a year, which is like a thing that like I've heard, right? But then like it's manipulative because like you kind of actually do know that young people who get caught up in that shit do die earlier. And it's like, and it's kind of what I've been saying that I think a few people in the chat miss what I'm saying. What the film does is it pits real shit together, but obfuscates it and decontextualizes every moment. But because audiences are not primed to have a certain level of analysis, their emotions give over. Because I do remember when I was a kid, the Kid Ray thing like hit me. But I'm looking at it and then like I have the kind of sense memory of that back, and I'm like, the person that I'm most sad for is the probably kind of white kid walking off. He's like the one, and like you get to see because Joe Clark's and it's fun. I think because Jay brought up that my white kids, right? The fact that like his extension even goes beyond race, right? Joe got it all, right? And this is the thing, like it takes if you don't have a real good analytical frame, the real concerns, because like, dude, I'm a teacher. I do have students that like, man, they leave and I get fucking worried. And I've had that motherfucker, the kid walk off. And I'm like, damn, man, like, I don't know what's gonna happen to that person. But they're making me identify emotionally with Joe fucking Clark. And I should never do that, even if I have a concern. And this is that transference thing. So it's really, really duplicitous. And you got to watch yourself because then you'll end up finding yourself defending Joe Clark and you don't even really want to. Right? And that's the shit you got to really watch for with the manipulations of this movement.
Yeah. So
now, I'm sorry, I got to pause something. You don't know anything about my father. So be quiet in the chat. My father's intuition, you don't know anything about him. So be quiet. Sorry, I had to do that bullshit.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, please. So from here, like we move through the the montage basically. Like you have a couple of things, he's fired teachers. He goes through all this. It's like the chaos kind of thing. And like you said, Akua, I think you brought it up of just like, y'all don't need to actually know what I'm doing, right? I want you on edge, basically. I want everybody on edge so that then you'll toe the line. And it's very like also just kind of conservative alpha male kind of stuff, right? Of like, again, this is the psychological warfare aspect of it all of like, you just have to have everybody put in their place, a lot of humiliation rituals, all of this kind of stuff. You have the test score, the terrible results, him getting being so he's just such an ass to like the vice president principal lady. I'm forgetting her name, Miss V, right?
Levias, I believe.
Levias, that's right. Levias, right. Yeah. I mean, he's terrible to her throughout. And she's sort of like, yeah, eventually when she does have her like, come to Jesus moment with him, she's like, I've put up with this because I put up with it for my father kind of thing or whatever. Again, right.
Everyone has daddy issues. Like everyone.
Yeah. And so then you get the whole montage of like education, learning, like, songs playing, everybody having fun. School's great now. We've gotten rid of all the bad students. The teachers are in line. All of this. And they do the Saturday school discussion, and there's like the whole discussion of how we're going to get there. And it's, it's not about the money. It's about, convincing the kids and the parents to come. And then he's like, oh, well, we'll educate the parents too. They can come to Saturday school and learn to read. Yeah, I mean, you have all of that going on. There's the whole piece around, well, then there's the fire. So there's the fire thing. And this is also fake. So he did put chains on doors, and I have actually also worked in schools where they didn't put chains in doors, but this question around being able to completely lock all entrances, because the idea is from a security standpoint, you want everybody coming through one entrance. And this even relates into now like concerns around school shooters and all of this kind of stuff. Um, but they don't have the technology, right, to get doors basically, so they lock them, they padlock them. And I mean, it's interesting from a fire code standpoint because actually the last time that we had a major fire in a school that kids couldn't get out of was 1957. So it never happens anymore. Like all of this emphasis on fire drills and all this stuff that we do in schools, I'm sure it's good that it's there, but it's actually not like a major concern. But obviously it's a violation of fire code, and he does have that issue in real life, but the idea that he would be arrested for violating the fire code is the most absurd thing that has ever been put into a film in history. I mean, there's no fucking way
More
that
absurd
anybody is
than the
arrested.
crack pill. I think the crack pill
It's
takes number one.
the crack pill.
Right.
They go
saying, "Jump off
neck
the
and neck.
roof." Yeah, they're all up there. Yeah, but that's just not happening. Like you get a citation or something like that. Like the idea that they would arrest a principal of a school and then like hold him without bail for not following the fire code is just ridiculous. And then they do this like conspiracy to circumvent the fire code or whatever, make it seem like it's like a felony charge or something like that. But yeah, I mean, is there anything in these scenes that we want to go through? Because I know we're going on and on. And
I mean, the only other thing is like, then they get into like, we can probably like start wrapping it towards the back end, like the school song change, right?
Yeah.
And like he gets a trick for a while, and like he's now on board, and you're trying to see his growth, and it's like this is kind of the narrative trick that he has now found a connection that's deepened him, and this makes him a more humanized character. So when he has that moment, because Miss Levias eventually says she wants a transfer, right? And he gives her the letter, right? And he apologizes. He looks, the way the shot is constructed, he doesn't say her name on stage, but he says, "A friend, right, taught me something," right? And you see the shot, and like in a way, the way the shot is constructed, you can see like it's him like kind of opened out towards her, right? His hand is up, and it's like this way that it's like transferring down. So at the end of the big "Lean on Me" song, which then became the song at every damn graduation for the next I don't know how many years, probably still happening. Sorry, Bill Withers, bro. She crumples. She doesn't rip it. She crumples the transfer, right? She doesn't go because she understands like this project is greater, right? Which she even invokes in her, and you both have pointed out, she invokes in like her basically like taking him down. She does say like, you are this, and this. But at the same token, like I get that there's like a larger project right here that we have to get. If you just can fix these things, then maybe we can reach the mountaintop.
Go ahead, Akua. You got other stuff?
No, absolutely. Yeah, like I was only going to say with the again, to me, another part of like that scene where they are singing, they do the doo-wop version of East Side High. Honestly, those kids, they could sing, so I'll give them that. It's almost like it's
like the inspiration of Boys to Men right there,
yes,
like in that bathroom scene.
Like, come on.
It's still stuck in my head, that song, man. I still remember like, all the riffs, like it's stuck in my head.
They ate with that one. But it's also like these, I think it's interesting putting that in conversation with his pushback against the white choir teacher. He gets rid of her and then has Miss Johnson, the Black woman, I think, lead them into, at the end, I believe she's the choir director. And so it's almost like these forms of it's positioned as a kind of like cultural, like an enrichment or fostering of Black culture among these students, such that like they're not just singing the stiff version of the East Side High song, they're singing one that is like a culturally relevant song. But then again, none of this is real. I'm just thinking about a white guy writing this movie and like writing a doo-wop version of East Side High so that the Black kids can sing it as a way of presenting a Black male authority figure or an authoritative figure as making not concessions, or being more respectful of the cultural particularities of these children. It's everything in the movie is bad, but then I just keep thinking about this fucking white guy sitting there writing this and be like, yeah, that shit ain't like, let me put this down on paper. Or them filming and be like, nah, I don't like how this was done, let's redo. Like, there's so much to critique in the
somebody
film.
must have consulted on that, Akua. Like, it could. I don't believe that the
Listen, but again, it's just like they are the ones involved. Like, you don't see them on screen, so I like to keep bringing them back into the picture because the picture does not show them. But they are the ones crafting this picture. So it's just like, yo, like every aspect of this, even again that jail scene, this Black woman is so intimidated by Joe Clark's efforts to transform the school that even when she's seeing that, again, according to the film, he's having a positive impact on the school and things are improving, she still wants to get rid of him. Almost, she still wants her revenge for getting rid of her son. And is doing these things of working with certain board members, so on and so forth. And then that final scene, yes, like even before it comes out that the school has passed the standardized test, I thought that whole scene, starting from when the students formed this, parade to march to the march on East Side High Jail, right? Like that's what it is. They come there, it's dangerous, all of these things. I think it's the superintendent goes to beg Joe Clark to come do something about it, or else it's going to turn into a riot.
It's the mayor, right? It's the mayor who goes to
yes, right. Like they're begging
a
him.
riot. I'm like, come on, how did we get here?
Right, because these students, now that they wanted to get rid of him, they got rid of him, and now they're going to see what can happen when there isn't an authority figure like Joe Clark involved, right? Like as he's coming out of the jail, we can see when they cut to the crowd, we can see in the back the police are starting to drive in because they're getting ready to do riot control. And there's the Black woman, the Black mother who's standing there being like, hi kids, please kind of leave, blah blah, all of these things, and nobody's listening to her. Even that scene when Joe Clark gets the loudspeaker from her, if you remember, she's wrestling with him about it. He has to be like, give it to me, like he yanks it from her, and she's looking really angry because she can tell she's defeated. Because again, like it's a battle. They tell us in that opening text thing that it's a battle to save East Side High, but it is a battle to save East Side High from people like her. That's in that ending, right? Like he's victorious because he's able to wrestle the tool for basically speaking to the students from this woman who thinks that like her approach is the more superior one, and he's able to stand there, get them to kind of back down, and they kind of celebrate. But he is there in that moment. What is being made clear is that no matter how you feel about him, whether or not, even before we get to see them being successful, regardless of whether or not these students are successful at passing these tests, it takes a figure like Joe Clark to stop them from messing up these streets. So at the very least, I think that's the thing too. Like they needed, for the narrative, they needed it to end on a high note of them passing. But just for that alone, he is deemed as necessary in that context, because if he is not there, these might be the kids who are the quote unquote 90%. But even without that 10% who are supposedly dangerous, without a figure like Joe Clark, they will riot.
Yeah, no, great analysis. Just a couple things to add because we did kind of wash over this whole scene with the mother that you're talking about, and I just want to just talk about her character arc a little bit through the film because obviously, yeah, so her child is one of the kids who's expelled with the original 300. She, you know, everything pretty much, not everything. A lot of what she says, as you both have said, are valid critiques, are like real, like coming from genuine place of caring about not only her child, but also caring about, all of those students, right, who are expelled in that scene, right, and about the exclusionary discipline policies and all of this, and just about his tactics widely, right, because a lot of the stuff is just sort of quite wild, right? Like, I mean, he tells a kid to jump off the roof, um, which she doesn't even know that part. But she is an organizer, right? And this is said through the discussion, like with the mayor, the way that she leverages the mayor to get on her side is by saying, like, I'm an organ like it's easy for me to organize parents to vote you out, talking about the mayor, right? If you don't, but rather than it gets lost in her political journey in this film, she moves from caring about the students and being a legitimate, like, Black woman organizer around these students who have been screwed over by these policies to her wanting to be a school board member, right? Which is the first thing she gets the mayor to do for her. And her using her leverage basically to get either Joe Clark fired as retribution, or the mayor can for not getting Joe Clark fired, right? So like it all becomes about her own power and her like settling scores, and as opposed to actually like that she's right politically, and I think that's like, again, along with like the anti-union messaging of this film, there's an anti-Black community organizing bent to the whole film as well, right? So it's like, get away from that community organizing shit. These people are just, bad actors who are out for themselves. Like, get back to the personal responsibility, and this is the right vibe, basically.
Yeah, and I think like I totally agree. That's kind of what I was gonna say, and painting it as like what Black women do is especially like pernicious and nasty. But also, I think it's part of like I think an '80s project of because it like think about semiotically what you would then assume about her, if you have a real conservative reactionary mind, she probably don't got a husband, right? She Because you're also led to believe that her son is one of the 300 who got kicked out, and the way the film situated deserved so. She didn't go there saying that you made a mistake. My son is actually a B student and you fucked him over. She's just basically going saying you can't do that, right? You've overstepped your authority, and
But
we're always go ahead.
just quickly, she does have in that first parent meeting like a sort of like the students are messed up in some ways, but they don't deserve this and they do deserve another chance kind of thing. So it is like a little bit
I
deeper
agree.
than, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. No, I agree with you. I agree with you on that. And like, so like what they consistently do though, they still try to make her like tainted and advocating for something that is basically selfish. That like she's not looking at the real material picture that Joe Clark sees. Right. So that's why she'll kind of ride up. But yeah, I agree with you on this thing. It's like the idea that like advocates are a nuisance and they get in a way of the kind of system, and like it becomes like an interest like an instant transference of like the students, these bad, like you like, kind of what I was trying to say is impossible to not place those 300 bad students with her completely. They literally become the same team. So like their miscreant kind of energy, it gets like imbued onto her. It gets passed on to her, right? And it's And so that's why she becomes like the holder of like all the villainy of the movie. It's like, it's wild. So by the end of the movie, she literally is the grand villain.
They killmongered her. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah, it's fucking wild. And I never really noticed it until I watched it this time. Right?
Yeah.
Because even the mayor just becomes like kind of a wimp. Right? He's like, right. You're kind of led to believe that the mayor's gonna be the dude with the real like maybe thing at the very beginning, but he ends up becoming, he's just a puppet, right? He just needs he just wants to win something. The real issue becomes her. She becomes like the avatar of all of it.
Yeah, he's actually being controlled by her by the end of the film.
Which is like wild, wild to me, right? So when you get to the final sequence of like, I don't know, like the march on, you can't say march on, I'm trying to find a march on Washington thing with East Side High. I can't figure it out.
Somebody said in the chat, and I had the same reaction, that it's like it replaces in their mind their vision of Mandela, and I you know, like
it's
it
good for
does,
the 80s, yeah.
Yeah, like especially 89. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, I also got letters from a Birmingham jail thing with
totally
with him in there. That's what I was thinking.
Totally. But yeah, this idea that there's 3,000 students now outside of the jail, like demanding free Joe Clark. And I mean, and just the fact that none of this ever happened, right? Like, is just like that he wasn't arrested. There was no riot. Like, there's no, like, it's just, but yeah. Anyway.
Most Akua, also coordinated fists I've ever seen in a movie. Like they are all like in sync. You can just hear the AD. All right, hit it on the thing, right? Like it's so fucking coordinated.
It's all coordinated. Yeah, I think that scene again, like going back to it, almost ties the completely fabricated original or initial scene back to this ending scene, right? On both ends, we have these made up stories that are connected to a kind of pro Black Joe Clark who, again, in the beginning, he is disillusioned. He ends up being disillusioned as it transitions into what happens. But in the end, like the disillusionment is while he's in jail, and his hope comes from the fact that like he's, during that bulk of the movie, helped to foster a student body that is so committed to the project that he's putting forth that they are showing up in this space to, you know, be on his side, to advocate for his release. We end with almost, that is the closest Joe Clark comes in terms of his construction in the movie to reclaiming that pro-Black identity that was completely made up for him in the beginning. Again, it's bookended by bullshit on both ends, right? And yet in the story, there's a powerful way that arc works, and also how they kind of serve the narrative of that individual, of that hero Joe Clark, that is being crafted on screen for us.
Jay, I think you got to bring up the photos. I don't know if we're there yet.
Oh, yeah, we'll do that in a sec. I mean, just one thing that we did kind of skip over is the pep rally before they take the test. And his whole discussion where he just is like this profanity laced. Like, this is one of the things that just bothers me about the film too, is that, look, you know, I've been in a lot of these spaces, and even like kind of zero's tolerance, you know, or like very discipline heavy spaces. The notion that he could just be dropping the N-word, you know, slurs for Latino, poor white trash, and like all this stuff, even as he's saying like, this is what other people think about you, like, and that it just bothers me, right? Like, because you know, I've seen people get fired for saying like one curse word in public school settings, like just lose their job for it, right? Like, so the notion that like he's just throughout the movie can just swear ad nauseum in front of like little white kids, like all of this. I mean, it's just like, what's happening here, you know? I mean, very Hollywood, obviously, but that whole speech where he does the whole like, nobody thinks that you're anything kind of thing. You can turn that around and make liars out of those bastards in 1 hour when you take this test and pass it and win.
The ghosts.
And
The
basically,
ghosts.
yeah, the ghost thing is so freaking weird. Like, why would you call children ghosts? I mean, that might be a real thing that he did, but that's just so strange. And then, concentrate. Remember what's like, if you feel yourself daydreaming, concentrate. Remember what's at stake and show them what East Side High is all about, a spirit that will not die. And it just bothers me too, like this notion that students who haven't been educated well for, K through 10th or 11th grade and all the other factors that would go into them, like having low test scores on a graduation assessment, that to overcome that, like that you can do it with Saturday school and discipline and then a speech about concentrating, like that's going to double their test scores. Like, it's insane. So anyway,
What I also find funny is like it is part of these like education movies where good classes are like high energy. So like every time like the teaching is happening, everyone is like almost like they've had a Red Bull. Like, it's so bullshit. It's like, yeah, Rob, the guys look really fun. Like, this evidence, all the hands are up. I'm like, I mean, the movie has such bad Hollywood, like machinations. Like when, like it even in the final like meeting of the where he's in jail with a Lynn Thigpen and all of them, the people who are yelling at her, there's kind of like random yelling. I'm like, what are they yelling about? Like, it's just such a mess. Like, it has no thoughts, right? Other than like it wants to push you towards an emotional thing. So when you get to like the final thing with the kids and the riot, I'm like, riot? Well, how did we get to riot? I'm like, they're just up there swinging their fists. There's no riot about to happen. It's like, it's just such bullshit.
But it could
Like,
if you don't release Joe Clark.
Exactly, and Joe has
gotta
to
remember the
there.
Welcome to the Jungle scene at the beginning, man. Like,
it's always kind of in there, actually. Y'all got it exactly. Y'all right there.
No, precisely. And with the going back to the assembly scene too, like that man. Anyways, so much going on there. There, I think it was either in that scene or after he expelled the students, where he basically says that, I don't want you to blame the white man for your failures anymore. Now it's basically in your hands. I think it's also interesting because, like, in the movie, teachers are being pathologized in particular ways that I think do a disservice both to their advocacy and also to their collusion with educational leaders, right? But a lot of these scenes are essentially Joe Clark. His victory is also in him cutting out the middleman to be able to reach the students directly. The parents are trying to get him to do things a certain way. The teachers are trying to get him to do things a certain way. Honestly, the students are, for the most part, on his side. Like, the ones who want to stay are very grateful for how he wants to intervene. And so even when he gives this speech, he's like, well, they think education is wasted on you. They think you're nothing but a bunch of niggas. And I don't like saying that word. It's just like he's just going on and on. And again, like you said, people in actual most public schools, like, this isn't something that you can say. And also, real life Joe Clark was not. He didn't really curse. He was not a very, that was just not his language. He was a classic military man in that, like, he always had the cropped hair. He wore the suit. He comported himself in a particular way, and like it translated in all the ways that he showed up. Yes, he had his way, like he had the bat and wanted to approach them with, this kind of authoritative bent, but it was also coming from a very militaristic code of honor in terms of how he conducted himself. And so he gets remade again. Like, it's like these kinds of harsh ways of engaging are also being positioned as culturally necessary, right? Because these students this is what they relate to. They need to hear that these are the stakes at hand, and they can't just hear that these are the stakes. They have to hear about, being told that education is wasted on you, but you can prove them wrong, and it's supposed to be a rallying call. Personally, my feelings will be hurt, but maybe that's just me, right? Like, they are supposed to, they are being recruited into the narrative of overcoming the odds by being told what the odds are supposedly about and what is within their control, which is to pass this test, and keep it in their pants and things of that nature, right? And so it all of those scenes with Joe Clark against a crowd are also very interesting to think about, because he's always in that position of rallying people to his narrative. And by the end of, I think, all of the crowds that I can think of, everyone is on his side. I think that even with the students who were expelled, right, the students who were left over, they might have been confused, but ultimately they were supportive. The parents who were also initially, against this kind of approach, they end up being on his side. Like, he's positioned as a compelling orator and like demagogue in a positive way. Like, he's able to rally the crowd to his to support his policies. And in real life, again, I'm not going to say he was stupid. He was not stupid, but he was not a very effective man. He just was not. And so he gets remade. And I think I can also imagine that from that vantage point, it would be compelling, or at least like nice, for him to identify with that fictive construction of himself, because he gets remade into a figure that even he can be proud of. He gets remade into a figure that he can then write books about, and like gets hired to go on public speaking tours to talk about his effectiveness. And if it was left to what happened in real life, he would have died a nobody. He would have had like his Times Magazine article, of course, but like nobody would have remembered him. But thanks to this movie, he gets remembered as somebody who is worth listening to. And so if I was in his position, I too would talk about this movie as 95% true and only critique the aspects that are talking about me as divorced, because I'm not divorced. Like, I'm married to the same, those little things that are not as appealing, are not as nice as what real life looks like for me, but is also serving the story that ends up making me look much better than I do in real life.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a whole interesting discussion too of why, like, that even before you get to this movie, I think the fascination with him could be, there's a lot to unpack with all of that too, and the kind of industry around, because he's on a lot of these like local news stories and all of this
Was
kind of stuff with like
all
a
the time in
PR.
the New York, all the
Yeah.
time. I'm telling you, and I'm not lying. Like, I knew who
Yeah.
he was. It was a big deal up here. And I guess I'd be actually curious if someone could tell me. I wonder how much nationally it went. I don't know, Akua, if you know.
Well, he was on the Times
Right.
cover before even
Right. You just said that. Right. You
yeah.
just said
So he made it big for sure. But again, even in
Yeah.
that story, there were a lot of, it was, the reception of him was kind of ambivalent, because it was like, yes, like he's doing these big things and like he's in the news, but we're not really sure it's working out. That's kind of how I remember that Times article, at least the one that came out before the movie. That's how I kind of positioned him, because that was at a time when, I mean, like the 80s was a huge conjunctural crisis for education reform specifically, right? Like, there was so much that was going on. There were people advancing a vision of education that arguably was more aligned with like a social democratic vision of how education could function, turning schools into, yes, educational hubs, but also community centers that were providing for various needs of people. And then, of course, there was this kind of shift towards neoliberal education, that they were securing support for these policies by reframing school choice and things of that nature, at a time when certain Black parents or communities were advancing school choice to talk about, like, for example, Afrocentric schooling and being, wanting the choice to send their students there, the that type of school choice was being re-articulated to the idea of, charter schools as they function now. Because, like, again, if you want to be able to take your child to whatever school, you should think of your project as attached to ours. So there was just a lot going on, and also a lot of people. Oh, I guess wow, this just clicked for me because this takes me back full circle to what you mentioned at the beginning, which was, again, this power of narrative, right? People are kind of in the middle of the thing. Like, I am currently on. I'm on this screen with you guys. When I go back to watch this, I will be watching myself being on the screen with you guys. Like, there's a narrative that is crafted on screen that I'm going to be making sense of in a particular way. At that time, people are in the, like, they are in the throes of a almost like a chaotic moment in schooling and schooling discourse where people are really trying to figure out, like, no, what the fuck are we going to do? Like, and we're seeing on the news that this is going on. People are in the midst of things trying to make sense of it. And then there's the story that comes out even at that time where people could have been like, okay, I mean, this says 1987. There's I saw Joe Clark in the articles in 1983. Why does it say he started in 1987? But that does not matter because it is providing a convenient narrative that, like, people can immediately hook into. And that's, like, narratives are just so important. And yeah, I don't even know where I'm going with that, but there's just something about that. Like, if you, the one who masters narrative is the one who can master the mind.
So absolutely. And I guess just my last comments here would be that, I mean, one, I think it's really important that he is in Paterson, New Jersey. And I'm reminded of some discussions I've had about regional kind of media, economies and so on. And that, being so close to New York, it gives this large media market access, right? To where then, like, yeah, he'd show up on local news stuff, etc. Then somebody from New York Times or, these other, like, there's so many big media outlets there are like, okay, yeah, let's make a national story around this, or Time Magazine, right? So on. And so that happens, but also just on a, and it happens in particular with New York. It's like the same reason why we can get so much discussion about Rikers as a jail, right? But you don't get that discussion about jails around the country in the same kind of way, even though I'm not saying that Rikers isn't terrible. Of course, it's fucking awful, but, like, so does every big jail in the country, right? It just happens to have the largest media market around it as well. And so it has investigative reporters and all of this kind of stuff. But while I was working at Harlem Children's Zone, both Waiting for Superman was being filmed there, and I didn't actually really know that at the time. I realized it afterwards. But also, Paul Tufts' book, is it Whatever It Takes, I think is what it's called, was being written while I was there. And I did know that. I actually would see him coming in and have people talk about him and what he was doing. And I read part of it. I have never actually gone through and read the whole thing. I probably should. But, it just, I remember being bothered by the part that I read because I was like, this is bullshit. Like, the kid that you're referring to here, that you talk about as this, like, family success story, da 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 da, like, he no longer goes to this school. Like, so it's just like the way that, again, these, journalists, media personalities, like local media, I mean, anybody who watches no local news with a critical lens knows this. Like, it is intense propaganda every night, and it's like these little short stories, and they're bullshit. I've been interviewed by local media before. I would have, like, a discussion with them about something, and then they would clip out, like, 5 seconds of my thing that had nothing to do at all with what I was talking about, right? But, like, would be convenient to the narrative that they wanted to then make their little 5-minute segment or 2-minute segment about, right? And so it's like, I just say that, to say that around something like Joe Clark, like, that's how this kind of, I think, happens in a certain way of, like, he is this guy he becomes a story, right? And then that just builds, and then it's just layers of mythology being built, on top of each other. I mean, Jeffrey Canada is similar in a lot of those ways of like people were like so sold on him, and he was on, American Express and Oprah and all of this stuff. He was offered, I know because I was there, position within the Obama administration that he turned down. Like, and yet like the same thing of like pointing to success, right? Like there was never the test score moment. You never get that joke, that Mandela moment at the end of the thing. Like that actually is all Hollywood. It doesn't ever happen in these situations, right? And that's not to say, honestly, that these people are all good or all bad either, right? Like there are people whose lives that they probably do make better, as do most educators and administrators within the system. There are also people's lives that they harm, like, no doubt. And I think that yeah, it's just wild to think about all of the things with this movie that live within education policy and just ideas that people have around how they run schools and modes of administering and suspension, expulsion, and all that stuff. And that it could rest, that it, like, I'm not saying this is the sole nexus of it, but I think going back and rewatching it, I think it had a lot more power than I gave it credit to growing up. As
Right.
just like this, okay, it's like an okay movie, like whatever, like,
Yes. And I think even this kind of idea that we are supposed to be assessing, when you mentioned that Joe Clark might have had a positive impact on certain people, in addition to, of course, like the harmful impacts, like that is something that I am continually finding myself frustrated by, because for me, my instinct or my first thought is like, that does not actually matter in terms of what is being discussed here, right? Like, it doesn't matter that he had a positive impact on you personally. Like, that is not what is at stake here. And if you feel activated in a negative way about us trying to understand the policy implications of such a figure and like crafting a narrative like this, you are being selfish. You're being selfish. I'm sorry, it's not about you. Something could have had a completely negative impact on a structural level, and you could have benefited from it, and that can be yours to hold. It is not our responsibility to make you feel better about the fact that like it was good for you. Joe Clark as a figure was ineffectual on a systemic level, and also was bolstered by certain state agents who could benefit from him being positioned in this way. I don't care how you feel about it. And I think we
100%.
should just hold it. People need to be able to hold this shit and stop making it everyone's business as if like it undermines the analysis. Because it doesn't. Like, so what if it helps you? And in fact, like, isn't that part of it? Like, it would be, if it was a complete failure, that would be hard. I think even with Joe Clark, even before the movie came out, right? Like, before it was clear that it wasn't actually improving test scores, the discussion would be he didn't really improve test scores, but it seems like he did have a positive impact on the environment. So even before the narrative, the film completely remakes him into this complete, like, exceptionally effective leader, people were still finding ways of positioning his work as positive. And so we should be able to talk about these things without it coming down to what the impact that it had on certain individuals. Because yes, like, so what? So what if it helped you?
You're absolutely right. And I think that this is the problem of the leveraging of, personal experience in a lot of ways and all of that kind of stuff. But I also think that what you're saying also is absolutely true about somebody like Jeffrey Canada, which is just that, like, knowing him and knowing people whose lives that he impacted, yeah, there's great success stories and there's like failures, right? But that's not the point. The point is like that the promotion of him and the promotion of the policies and the promotion of his anti-union politics and all of that, it was a part of a bigger policy and ideological project that was going on that had specific political aims. And same thing here with Joe Clark, right? Is that like the actual figure of Joe Clark, you know, obviously it would matter to the individual lives of people that he impacted one way or another, yes. But when you take it and you make a movie and a mythology around that, then all of a sudden now you're impacting the entire country and perhaps the world in certain ways in terms of the types of policies and ideologies that you're promoting, right? And similarly, you know, this is the thing about like the education reform movement is that like within a macro level at individual schools, there's going to be people who have great experience with them and might have had a better school experience on a one-to-one basis than they would have within another school. But like overall, like this is an incredibly conservative, you know, just a right-wing project, right? That's going against all of these things that we believe in and stand for on the left, you know. Yeah.
Cool. Well, I did make one John G. Avildsen discovery watching this movie. So, and it kind of hit me. So, Jay, show the final frame of your man Joe Clark. You know, looking very Mandela. That's a very Mandela shot right there, right? But he's also invoking someone else in a very similar John G. Avildsen movie. This is also the final frame of Karate Kid of Mr. Miyagi, right? Watching, you know, you see Joe Clark with his kids. You know, he's basically, because the other thing they do at the end is that he's proud of their advocacy of him, but like they've made a qualitative step. Right?
But he wanted them to obey the rule of law. That was one thing of all of them.
But go home. But at the same token, like, because he has that person, he goes, yes. Like he's so happy they've done this. But then, and that's what when Miyagi, you know, smiles at Daniel is because Daniel wins and he's made the qualitative leap. He's now really learned, right? You know, so it's the same shit. And yeah, you know, so we have our colored old man avatars who can resurrect through weird authorities, and it's just fucking strange.
Yeah, we need a name for that.
I know.
Maybe it's just the Miyagi Joe Clark trope or something like that. I don't know, but like,
Yeah.
Wow, that's actually hilarious.
Yeah, I was like, wow,
right.
That's fucking crazy.
Akua, thank you so much. This was great. People in the chat are asking for you to come back for future episodes, so we'll have to talk with you, see if there's anything else you want to join us for. But
absolutely.
I hope this was helpful for your thesis.
Definitely, very much so. At the very least, I mean, like, this was already great just by the fact that y'all understand how fucking crazy this movie is, and I feel a lot less crazy because, like, again, I'm just gonna force my committee to sit down and watch this movie because again, like, so I need to just do that because I think that's been part of the frustration of like, I write some things and I feel like part of the response is like, I think this is a little bit too deterministic. I'm like, no, you don't understand. This movie is. There's something happening here. So for that alone, this has been great, but also everything else that came after that was brilliant, and I'm so grateful. And absolutely, yeah, I would be down to come back at a different time for sure. Once I get a better library situation, they keep kicking me out every like 2 hours, so I'm moving around.
No, we appreciate you figuring.
It was awesome.
Your ingenuity in figuring all of that. Yeah, all right. There's a lot we could go into. Maybe we'll do a bonus and dig in. There's clips. I want to say like Run DMC supported Joe Clark. Like, man. There's a whole bunch of things that we could do with this. So maybe we'll figure out a time to do a bonus episode on this one that would be worthwhile. I think people would enjoy that. To check out our bonus content, of course, support the Patreon, patreon.com/Imperial 80's. And make sure to like, share, subscribe as you head out. And again, thank you to Akua. Thank you, Mtume. And everybody have a good week.
Peace.
Thanks so much. Bye.
Bye.